All right, good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of the HTC. It is June 6th, just after 4 p.m. Before we begin, do you have anyone online? No. Okay. So we will not be doing, all those in favor say aye. Introduction. So this meeting will be conducted pursuant to chapter 2-23 to allow public bodies to meet remotely so long as public access to the operations is provided. Let's get stuff there. Serving as chair, I'll introduce the topics, applicants and applicants agents, mail senators, components from your voters, and members of the general public. To avoid basis for an appeal, which the commission having been prejudiced by matters outside of jurisdiction. Speakers shall comment only upon matters of the commission, i.e., the appropriateness of the structure and architectural elements of the act, and HTC established rules and regulations, and of course, including the help of the minutes. We are without a full-time permanent minutes taker. Unless called by the chair, your microphone is muted. And if you'd like to speak, please be recognized by the chair by name first. With that said, move on to the meeting, and can I get a motion to approve the agenda? All in favor of any motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. First order of business is commissioners' items for discussion and vote. I believe Ms. Oliver has something for us.
I do.
Other than speaking. Thank you.
I did a PowerPoint presentation, which I also printed. There's That's okay. They all have
So Val.
Yeah.
Just for the record, identify yourself.
Or can I sit there? It's a commissioner thing or no? It doesn't matter.
You're speaking as a commissioner.
I'm asking my fellow commissioners to join me in my thing I'm pitching. No,
So you're speaking as a
I'm speaking as a commissioner, asking my fellow commissioners to join me in my position on this particular topic, which we haven't discussed yet. Okay. Right. So what? Dismissed. However, this has been ongoing for a little while and we're just getting to it now. Save Our Sound, who successfully fought wind turbines in the Sound, it turns out, have decided to support the turbines being on our South Shore instead of in the Sound. So making a long story short, you can read through your material, but they were an active participant in choosing the alternative sites from being in the Sound and chose the South Shore. But my beef is part of their argument, which they successfully won in court after so many years, was they used part of Nantucket being a historical landmark in their argument. So my issue is it was fine to use us and fight them on the North Shore, but they advocated to put them on our South Shore, so they weren't where they are. And I am, as a person who is an HDC member, not comfortable with that. And we are on their website as a supporter. And I am just asking you guys, if today you don't want to vote on it, you want to read through the material, to read through it, and we can discuss it further another time. But to me, that's like,
As fast as possible, don't
Diane, please let.
you know, I just feel like it's talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Right.
And they are still very active here on the island and solicit a lot of funds to support their cause, which I am for, by the way. But after finding out that they were an active participant and choosing them to be off our South Shore, I changed my opinion. So I think I sent you guys a letter a while ago, probably over a month ago, but we've been so busy, we never get to it. So that's my pitch.
Okay. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna.
So, Val, was it like a deal that they wouldn't do it in the North Shore if they supported the South Shore?
Correct.
Oh,
And you can read the material I've given you. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
and does anyone, well, let me just ask, does anyone else have any questions of what Val's commented on so far? Okay, so Val, what I'm going to suggest is, if you're comfortable with it, is through staff, submit a copy of this to our chair.
Yep.
And let's staff put it on the agenda next Tuesday, same place as it is now.
Okay.
Everyone will have a chance to read it, consider their thoughts. Ray will have a chance to review it, and then we can have however long a discussion is required, and we can act on it from there.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you for presenting that information. And
That was the
actually,
quick version.
yeah, thank you.
no, that I appreciate it. And Esme, actually, would you just email it to the entire commissioners? Because then we'll have it digitally if you like to read on a tablet. Okay, thank you. Let's see, signs. Esme, are you presenting?
The sign council met this morning. They did not review 16 Fair Street.
Okay.
The applicant requested to come straight to you guys. The HTC, they have been heard by the sign council previously. And the first time they got heard, their application got denied for not following guidelines. Last 2 weeks ago, they went to the sign council again, and the sign council requested revisions. I have not received revisions, but I do have the applicants here, I believe.
Okay.
Or they said they would be here.
Okay, let's just procedurally, is there anyone representing 16 Fair Street here?
Oh,
Okay,
there-
so
there's-
ladies, we're gonna, sorry, lady and gentlemen, we're gonna hold on that for just a minute. We'll go through the rest of them.
As for the other applications, numbers 2, 3, and 4 were recommended for approval.
Straight, no.
No, straight
Okay.
approval.
And what about number 5?
Number 5, they held it for representation, additional information on signs on the historic building, and for a viewing.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Can I get a motion to approve 2, 3, and 4 per the sign committee's recommendation? Thank you, Diane. 1, 2, 3, 4, Carrie, Connie, you'll be on this. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. Carrie, you'll sit on the next one, which is St. Paul's Church. We haven't done a sign in a while. I think it was tacos or something like that. So why don't we pull it up on the screen, and then if one or both of you would like to speak, just please stand up. Make sure you get some sound off the mic, introduce yourself, and we'll go from there. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for letting us come and speak to you. My name is Libby Tracy. I currently serve as the junior warden of St. Paul's Church. And part of my duties for that position is the maintenance and the safety of the church campus. In so doing, some time back, the group decided that we would like to have a church sign for announcements, as other churches do here. But unbeknownst to me, I was not aware that there were prerequisites and certainly a application for such a sign. So I'm really here to represent our church. I'm here with my friend Martin McCarrow, but also to offer an apology to the board, the HDC, for not following those guidelines. And I certainly was in error not to do that. And so I wanted to come and give you a humble apology for going forth with something that required much more than we put into it. So thank you for
Okay.
letting me speak.
Thank you, Libby. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. First, I'd like to have my thanks and say thanks for having us here today. I'm
sorry, go ahead and identify yourself.
sorry,
for the
Martin
record.
McCarroll, and I serve as the treasurer of St. Paul's Church.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name.
Martin McCarroll,
Thank you, Martin.
sure. So after this, we found out the sign committee contacted us, I believe. I've lost a little bit of time. This has been long enough. Contacted us and told us the sign hadn't been approved. An application was then filed with them. And we were told the sign was not in conformance with the sign code of Nantucket. And it was suggested we remove the sign. So I decided I'd go around and do some research. You can look at the pictures if you want. Went around and looked at all the churches in Nantucket and the signs they have. And if we got the information up there, but as I read the sign code, the signs are all supposed to be no more than 6 square feet, and they're not supposed to be more than 48 inches off the ground. Not one of the signs in front of the church, of any church in Nantucket, complies with the sign code of Nantucket. That's just an aside. I've also included the billboard from in front of the hub. It's 6. I'm well aware of that, but just as a comparison. So, secondly, I mentioned this kind of out of amusement. I was looking at this today. The sign that is used as an example of signs for this specific information relating to churches is a non-conforming sign in front of the Methodist Church. It's way out of conformance with the regulations. So as Libby said, this, I think, can best be described as an innocent error. I was not involved in this decision. The decision to proceed with the sign, but the sign went ahead without us coming to you as we should have done and got approval, and for which we apologize. We candidly have spent a fair bit of money on this sign. I might add it's embedded in concrete. There are 2 concrete, the pillars are supported on concrete. And we'd like to keep this sign up. It serves a purpose for us that we did not have before. As you may know, St. Paul's has become quite active in the community. And this was a place that we could communicate to people who went by the church what we were doing. And I think all I can say is we're in error. We realize that, and we're sort of throwing ourselves on the mercy of the committee and seeing if we could find a joint resolution of this with the HDC directly.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to Holly to see if you have any comments, does anyone have any questions for Libby or Martin? Prefer Martin?
Martin, yeah.
Okay, Martin.
Why is it non-conforming? That's my
It's
question.
it's too high, it's too big, it's too close to the street. I mean, it's
Okay,
the regulations, as I read them, call for the signs to be no bigger than 6 square feet and no more than 48 inches high. This sign is 16.8 square feet and it's 90 inches. It's 83 inches high.
gotcha. Okay.
Okay, and I believe we have someone from the sign committee here.
I'm Ben Norman on the sign committee. So, I would be honest to say that I wanted the fire alarm ringer on this one. This is my commute to work every day. There was a sign go up and I knew I hadn't seen the application, so unfortunately, I am this year here. You know, we have guidelines, just like you guys kind of follow guidelines. Unfortunately, it doesn't meet the guidelines. And our recommendations are, it doesn't meet the guidelines, so it's not. So if you guys make the judgment call whether it's an acceptable application, but our suggestion, because it didn't meet the guidelines, it doesn't meet the guidelines. You know, we've had other churches, St. Mary's and stuff, that looked for a sign very similar to this that we denied a couple years ago. The library looking for a sign, the inside in front of their building that we definitely not do. So there's precedent reasons why we're not approving the sign based on not meeting our guidelines. So that's my 2 cents on it. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but again, it doesn't work out.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We appreciate it. Holly, did you have any comments?
Actually, Mr. Chair, through you, can I ask Ben a question?
Yeah, please.
Looking at the other signs that are shown as precedent, understanding that they're for churches, I would assume that those are grandfathered and predate the guidelines.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't researched everyone, but yes, they have been there much longer. So they have full the grandfather status. Yep.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Sally. Let's see, who would like to comment? Val?
Yep. So based on that information, maybe when we're rewriting building with Nantucket in mind, the sign committee will update their sign rules, because it seems to me that the bulk of the churches have these sort of freestanding signs that are not typical of what's required of a sign that would be with a business. So with those examples in mind, I believe I am okay with this.
Okay, go ahead, Abby.
I believe that it's an innocent error. Looks like all the other church signs. The people of this church do wonderful things for the community. They,
Abby, we really can't get into that. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm
right.
chairing the meeting. No, Abby. Diane, no, we're not doubling up. We're running a meeting based upon the architectural merits. We're not speaking out of context. I came here tired. Please don't make me cranky.
For what I'm about, what I'm.
There's no backup. Just please speak on the architectural merits. Thank you.
So I would suggest waiving the fee as they are under a historic renovation and of their roof at the moment, and I think they would probably use that money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to speak?
I'll go.
Carrie?
I'm glad it's not white, and I agree that I think this function has everything to do with the size, location, height, and the rest of the churches having them. If nobody else had one like this, I would feel differently. But I think that churches have a certain function in a town, and they need to be able to put out their notices, and this is their solution. I think it's a good one. I do not want to see it painted white, though.
Diane?
I understand that other churches have it. Not that I think it's a very good sign for a church. It looks more like for a business, and this is not a church. It is holier than that. That's what. So I wouldn't have a problem with them putting something up, but it should look more architectural and vintage rather than a sign that is competing with a business on the island.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Can we see the images of the other signs, please, one more time? Except for the hub, except for the Church of the Hub.
The Hobbits, yeah, why?
Go there on a Sunday morning on a religious basis. Okay, so federal style. Okay. Okay,
These look more in keeping then.
they're more like a traditional sign.
Yeah,
Okay.
that other one, as I say,
On sidewalks, it has a garden in front of it.
There's trees surrounding this one.
Okay, Carrie,
I'm just,
no, you're fine to talk, but let's go through the chair, so
Right.
we're identified for the minutes. So that was Carrie, whoever's in the minutes. Can we see I think there was a close-up one of the proposed sign. Yes. Okay, and the next one? Okay. Yeah, I know what I would prefer. Okay, so, before I comment, well, my comment is that I agree with Diane. I think that in particular, the posts, we'll go to the next one up. The post with the cap and the finial it just really makes it jump out unnecessarily. And what I would suggest at unfortunately some cost, but not a large cost, is that if those were taken off the top, coplanar and flush to the arch flush, that would be a much more appropriate presentation consistent with the other church signs. That's my personal comment. Now, as chair, I just want to let you all know, obviously, we have really two options with some variations amongst them, but we can either remand to reconcile, remand to the sign advisory committee. That can be with some type of a request, for instance, to reconcile with the other church signs, or just a simple remand. There's probably a strawberry or a chocolate vanilla, strawberry or chocolate flavor of what we can say to them. In addition to that, the other is that we could approve this. We could approve it based upon other church precedents. We could approve it with conditions. And I think other than unless y'all want to claim church and state separation, that would probably be one of the two ways that we have to go.
I'd like
Comment, Mr. Chair.
So we're going to take our time, Dale, and then add.
So what occurs to me about this sign that is different is it's more of a bulletin board than it is signage, where the other churches have Sunday mass at whatever, Sunday school at whatever. This is pieces of paper tacked in there that you have to walk up to and probably see what the information is. I don't know if that's significant. That is the only thing I see that is different from the other church signs.
Okay, and just before Abby and then Diane, I just want to clarify, do you find that objectionable? And if you do, to the extent that if the information was presented on one sheet versus small sheets, so that not unlike solar that's jagged on a roof, there would be a piece of paper in there that covers each week. They could just put in a piece of paper on each side and there would be a white background. It would be consistent, or it's not a concern for you?
I don't know that it's a concern, but that is the one thing that's different.
Okay, thank you. Abby and then Diane.
Yeah, so I think freestanding is better in that this, I mean, Holly, I don't know if you know some of the history of it, but it's got Tiffany. The church itself is historic. I mean, it's got Lafarge, stained glass windows, and you should go in there. It's the most beautiful stained glass windows ever. And I think, so I think freestanding is better because it shouldn't, it's nothing like the St. Mary's where you can, it's applied to the structure itself. So I'm for freestanding as it is now. I think the only thing I can't tell that if the color looks kind of hot, but I think the sun is sort of, it's a bright picture. I would say that more the color of the mortar, which is like an old fashioned maroon color, might tone this whole thing down, and finials and all. I think it might just give it a different look if it were a darker or somber color. Sort of like Diane's. Yeah, sort of like a, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, with brownstone. Thank you.
Diane?
I don't mind the freestanding sign. I do mind it being so wide. The other churches are just as busy as this church is, and they all have single width signs. They can put up what they want to, smaller and in one channel, so it's not so huge. I have a problem with it, I really do. It does not look church-like. It looks, as I said before, it looks like it's a advertising, a commercial business in there. And that, I don't think we want that, and the sign committee has said so, and it doesn't follow their things, and if we give it to one, the 6 other churches, they're all going to come for bigger signs, and it's not what downtown churches are like. It's not historic. That is not a historic sign. The other ones on the Center Street Church, the one next to Pacific is, and their signs are quiet.
Okay.
And this sign is not.
Okay, thank you.
Could I add something about
One
that?
second, Mark.
Sure.
Did you have anything to add?
No, I liked your compromise of simplifying it and Abby's of toning down the color to go with that brown tone.
Okay, thank you.
But I have no problem with it.
Martin, before you, it sounds like you want a horse trade. Before we get to that, I just got a quick question. The color, is that a stained wood natural or is it needed?
It's natural.
It's natural, so that's for probably, it'll gray out.
Mm.
So, one option may just be to kind of sand it down a little bit. Martin, why don't you go ahead and then we're.
Well,
gonna,
I was just going to comment, this is by far not the largest sign in front of a church. This is smaller than 3 of the church signs that are already in
Yeah.
place,
Okay.
square footage wise, and it's lower than the higher of the highest. by the
Okay,
way,
so,
Just a matter of fact.
So thank you. To my mind, I think Diane's point is well taken. I do think that the commercial aspect of this will be minimized, if not eliminated, in combination with a few things. One would be to eliminate the caps and the finials, as someone suggested earlier. 2, to either sand it so it will gray out, or to paint it. 3, I think Gary made a comment, and I wanted to say that I think between the 2 of those, the width of the concept of the width of this, the perception of the width will be diminished.
Okay.
And then there's 2 other comments I'll make. I think that Val's observation is very astute, and it occurs to me that really what goes in there should be on a white background. So that court could just simply be painted white.
Okay.
So that it doesn't create a kind of like a hub presentation. And then the other thing is as Gary had just stated, I think, or alluded to, it's really kind of out there by itself. And I think if there were just a few green plantings
Yes.
around the back of it, perhaps some privet, privet's gonna want to grow very quickly and widely, but maybe some evergreens, give you a little bit of interest in the winter months, something of a eyeless or not, just a small holly.
Holly would be good.
Yeah, not an American holly. You're not looking for big shrubs. But those again are my personal
Okay.
thoughts. Where are we as?
I can try a motion. Because I liked a lot of what I heard, and without much change. I think, I like the idea, your last idea of adding, some sort of evergreen to the bottom to make it sit.
How
So
about
it's not-
boxwood?
But yes, boxwood,
Yep.
holly, something, like a yew, I think it's called a yew plant. I think
Yeah.
changing it to the color of the mortar, like a, brownstone color, Holly suggested that. And I'm not sure about the white interior, so I think I'm just gonna stop there and see if that flies. If not, we can try something else. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'll just try
So-
that one for
So you're
starters.
saying true staff,
Yeah.
evergreen
Yeah.
and
Color and,
a brown and a
Yeah.
brown.
yeah, it's a brownstone mortar color. It's the
Okay.
mortar of the church itself.
To reasonably match the church.
Yeah, it's like a mahogany, like a raisin.
Okay, understanding that there may be more motions, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any who would like to abstain? No, you can't really do that, so, any opposed?
I,
Aye. Okay, So, just to move this along, I'm gonna make a motion. Through staff, evergreen, planting. I wanna say that this would be
More informational rather than bulletin boardish.
oh, wait 1 second. Yeah, okay, so Ilex crenata, which is a small leaf, relatively smaller type of a holly would be a good one. So through staff evergreen holly variety. Painted brownstone mortar reasonably to match the church. The caps and the finials to be removed, coplanar to the angled top. And the background, the port to be painted white. That motion is also in recognition of the fact that there are other churches with, as has been demonstrated to us this evening, large signs. With a little bit of a wink towards church and state. So that's my motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'm just curious, do you mind?
Yeah, what I've been saying, all the other ones are, here's when our masses are, here's when this is just a bulletin board. But I don't mind the size, I don't mind any of that,
Okay.
it's not addressing for me what it should be.
I think they have something like that just inside the church, but.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I thought I asked you earlier if you found it objectionable, and you said no, but be that as it may, we voted. That'll be through staff, with, recognition and thanks to the sign committee on a delicate issue, which we understand, and we please will not make this a habit, because 35 minutes in on one sign is really not what is a good use of our time. Thank you for coming. We appreciate and accept your apology, and we hope that you never have to come back.
So do we.
next time.
And we'll know what to do the next time. I think we're at a sign limit, by the way, but anyway.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much. We appreciate that. And we'll
Thank you.
be at work soon. Thank you.
Oh, we'll write it down. No. Sorry.
I think they get it.
Okay, we're gonna move on to consents. One of the decks.
What?
I'm
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I apologize. What's 5?
Number 5, no, we're not taking any action.
Okay,
There was, sign committee made recommendation.
okay.
On consents, are there any concern?
Let's take out we have nobody that has to sit off.
I'm gonna let them decide. I don't want to waste time.
I do.
So Connie sits off and Val sits off. So the board will be Diane, myself, Abby, and Carrie.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Consent with conditions. Are there any concerns? Or refusals?
No.
Okay, Connie, you're on this one. How about a motion?
Motion to approve.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. We're now on to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
sorry. Sorry, can we backtrack to the consents? Who said, who
I
recused?
did.
You recused.
Val and Connie recused on consent.
I have an application on there.
Karen voted as the alternate on consent. Connie voted on consent with conditions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Edith Whistler. Okay, we're now gonna move on to 22 Broad Street. NT Land Bank. 2-story addition. How are you?
Good. Connor Arsenal, Griffin Architects, on behalf of the applicant.
I have a question before you get started.
Absolutely.
Can you explain to me the ownership?
Nantucket Island Land Bank.
Okay, I thought that we got a letter of concern from the land bank.
No,
I'm
I
confused.
think it was a neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah, they're right next
Maybe
door.
they were CC'd in it.
Yeah, they had to send them.
I'm sorry, what was your first name again?
Connor.
Connor. Hey, Connor. So, Connor, your board is myself Abby Cannon, Diane, Bill Oliver, and Carrie Cornwell.
I'm
I can
moving
see
this.
your site plan up there. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
Okay, yeah, there it is. So we're adding a second floor mass to an existing single story back of the building here. Unfortunately, we're limited by fire code to fenestration changes per your notes from the last meeting. So that existing gable end window is kind of the only window we can have on that facade. We're going to be adding 3 ganged double hung windows into the courtyard, into the interior courtyard there. And just extending that existing gable off the main mass.
Thank you, Connor. Any questions for Connor on what's presented? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an individually significant forager house. It was built after the Great Fire of 1846. I appreciate the understanding of why we can't have any additional fenestration. It does, I think, provide a unique and observation on the structure itself, but understanding that it's more than likely not visible. I believe that you added additional fenestration on the other side, though. Am I correct on that?
That's correct, on the side looking into the courtyard there.
And I believe you also dropped that ridge before it was all flush, or
No change to the
no
ridge.
change to that. Okay. That was my last concern, Mr. Chair, is there was no, it removes that historically additive massing of that one story. Understanding, you know, obviously Land Bank is wanting this for their program, but at the same time, it does remove that additive massing that was historically there. So those are my concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Do we have any butters? Just Mickey? Not just Mickey, as in just Mickey, but just Mickey. Mickey, go ahead, please identify your group and go from there.
Sure, but you know, first, Stephen, it's really hard to hear you. I don't know if your mic is working properly or not, but it's
Yeah, he's right.
Fuzzy.
Try that one, the one next to.
Really loud. Do we have AV here? Yeah, this one is like.
You can hear me breathing,
that's better.
which isn't necessarily pleasant. Go ahead, Mickey.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the former Historic Structures Advisory Board, which includes myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman. So I'm now learning, as Holly did, that the reason for this, the what is it, the south elevation window, it's certainly under fenestrated from what we want, but I get the reasoning from the fire code. So I'll ignore that for now. The other windows are ganged windows on the east side, and I understanding they're matching what's below, but still this is an historically the second floor windows I would suggest should be matching other second floor windows, not the more modern style first floor windows. I think they should be single windows. Maybe by removing the center window, you'd obtain, you know, separated windows. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey.
Yep.
Who would like to begin?
I will.
Dale? Oliver?
I went round and round and round the block. And while there is one vista you can see if you stop on the sidewalk and take a photo like they're showing, you don't see most of this building. It's sandwiched between all the other buildings. I do not have a problem with this application. I would go along with Mickey's request for the east side to take out the middle window, and I'm fine with it.
Okay. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Go, Carrie.
Well, I'm thinking about what Holly said, and what we do like when you're dealing with an historic structure and you're adding to it is you bow a little down to it, and that additive mass or the piece you're adding, you could drop the plate. I'm looking at the east elevation, and just to the right of the addition, there's a window, and that header is much lower than the eave.
I believe that window is in the staircase.
Well, Nonetheless,
Certainly look into that.
if you could drop the eave just 8 inches to give it a break and let the historic building have its say. And the addition just drops a tiny bit, then those windows, the header could line up with the stair one and. You know where I'm going. Okay,
We know where you're going and you're done.
I'm done.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I could go either way on that, because as Val said, I also went back there and took a look and I don't think it's not highly visible. I do hate missing the additive massing at the end there. And if it was possible, I haven't looked at the plan yet to see what happens, but I mean, you could have a step down inside and that would be kind of cool. So, yeah, I mean, if Carrie's idea is possible, I prefer that. As for the windows, I'm really not sure they're visible, but to keep it historic, to Mickey's point, that might be nice to separate those.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I agree with dropping the little addition on, taking it down. I perhaps would rather see 2 windows up there rather than another set of gangs. The other gangs seem to be in existence already, so not to be removed, but that one on the left-hand side, I would like to see it taken down to 2. And then the requirements of the east would be fine, and it wouldn't change the front to any significant amount that you could see. So that's what I think would be good.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Connor, is programmatically, can you make, lower that roof or not?
I believe we already have a step up there. Unfortunately, in the plan, you can see the staircase is pretty crazy back there. It's sort of stepping up all over the place. It's going to be tight. That's all I'm willing to say definitively.
Okay, Carrie, wait a minute. I know you just want to go unbridled and I appreciate that, but Carrie?
It looks like an extension of an existing room on the second floor.
That's correct.
Right. The window that I was talking about with the header is not in the stairway. If you look at that second floor plan.
Okay, why don't we
So,
all be
I
on the
think
same
it can be
page?
done.
Can you point to the elevation you're referring to?
The east elevation, the window to the right of the addition that they're planning,
That's correct. My apologies.
right here.
Oh, see, they go and move it on you just when you get settled. East, there you go.
That header, you can just bring it straight across and drop that eave.
On
top
the
of-
addition itself.
On the addition.
So you're just gonna bury the window header into the top plate.
Okay,
Because
absolutely.
that header is.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I would motion to approve. Through staff. Dropping that eave to sit as it's sitting now on the header, but align the header with the existing windows. Which will bring down the eave on both sides to give that sort of little bow to the existing.
How far would that
structure.
come down, like a foot?
Probably like 8 inches,
6 to
maybe.
8.
12, huh?
See, if you drop that, you're only gonna drop that. Construction change will make a 6 to 8 inch difference.
Right, yeah,
Just so we're clear, that's all.
yeah.
And are you saying?
Just so you have that break in the eave.
Right.
And the headers align on the second floor.
Okay,
Because right now these headers are taller than the existing. Right. On those
Right.
windows.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I want to apologize. I was concerned we were talking about the small window to the right of that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, yeah. that's fine.
So through
Absolutely.
you, Mr. Chair, yes, Stephen, go ahead. Okay, are you also saying just to lower basically we're lowering the whole roof mass to
Yes,
bury that?
both sides.
So we're not changing the roof pitch, we're lowering the
No,
roof
we're
mass.
just lowering that plate.
So did you
and
wanna
the
make-
Window header.
Did you want to make that motion
Yes, happy to do that.
through staff
Motion through staff. For what I just said.
and you'll write it up?
Yeah.
What about the splitting the window on the second floor?
Oh, separating the window.
So you don't
Is that
have,
part of your motion or not?
Does everybody want that? It's happening on the existing. I will if that is what's gonna get people to.
I would like
happy
to
with-
see that. I
Okay.
think it lightens the second floor, which is the wing. And if you've got the triple mow on the first floor, the second
you.
floor would have two windows and that's all.
Let's add that.
I'm with Abby, though, a little concerned through Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Stevens, that they're gonna look too close together.
Now that you separate them,
Well,
Just
that's
remove the
true.
single- Just remove the one in the middle.
That's,
Yeah, if you remove the one in the middle, they're gonna look,
yeah,
it's gonna look odd,
Why?
because it's not gonna look like this set where they're spread out.
Those two.
oh.
So can you just offset those, Connor?
Yeah, I don't.
Do you have an interior
Absolutely.
program? Okay,
Yep.
so I think we have consensus. Bunch of feral cats that we are.
So we're removing the center window
Yeah, and
Yeah.
separating the others
and
slightly.
separating the other slightly.
So it looks like these two,
Yeah.
that's a.
yeah, that's what,
Okay.
so it looks like a normal window set.
You can
Okay.
write it up.
I will, I'll do
Okay.
it.
All in favor of Carrie's motion, say aye.
Hi.
Hi.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. We have Matt, Meredith, 10 and 12 Dave Kim Lane, new storage facility.
Thank you.
Matt, your commission is myself, Abby, Diane, Carrie. Jesse is not here, so Connie will be activated. Not be either. And when you get to your site plan, please go ahead. Will you please pass these down there? Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were before you once before. I think the application was held for a viewing, which I thought would be helpful. Hopefully everyone got a chance to see the ridge pole that we put up towards the south of the building to demonstrate the height. And so basically this is a storage facility. The context I think is really important. I think what the site probably demonstrated is that it's definitely an industrial area. There's a large scale metal building directly next door. There's a boat storage facility across the street, car storage, car part storage. So I think in terms of the use of the structure and the size of the structure, I understand it's a larger structure, but I think if there is going to be a structure of this size, it belongs in an industrial area, and this is certainly an industrial area. Having said that, given the size and parameters of the building, we did try to integrate some additive massing, specifically break up the massing and have the structure tell somewhat of a story. Again, a little bit of a challenge with the building of the size, but we did try to, express that accordingly. So we've got a number of intersecting gables. We tried to mix up the massing and materials. We used other structures on the island that have been done historically that we thought were really successful as an antecedent. We integrated some smaller cupolas just to break up the scale and add some vertical detail, if you will. On the Davkim Road side, we do have a quote unquote front door, if you will. Majority of the parking actually falls on the west side of the property. And so majority of the whoever uses the structure will actually approach the structure from the west, if you will. So there's a secondary primary entrance, further into the lot. We are scheduled to go before the planning board, I believe, next week. We did just actually get a final landscape plan. And so I don't know if that's been attached, but we can certainly get that to you. But what we did do is extensive planting along the south property line. There is this industrial area, if you will, abuts a residential area. And what we tried to do is push the building, as far as we could towards the north. We also, which it's not before you, well, it actually is on the agenda tonight, but we also have integrated a housing component to the site in the form of a duplex, which is towards the south of the property. We did that intentionally so that the scale of that structure would be conducive to the immediate context of the residential neighborhood next to it. So essentially, there'll be a duplex structure that sits between this structure and the abutting residential properties to the south. Again, because it is a commercial area or an industrial area, I would suggest, again, other properties abutting us to the west and east have the same issue, but we're aware of that southern property line, and we've gone to great lengths to screen this structure as much as possible, both through vegetation and secondary structures. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. There any questions for Matt? Okay, who would like to comment?
Well, I'll go with the
Diane?
question I had the last time. When it's on Dave Kim, it doesn't go across the property line, it goes up and down, right?
Correct.
So its rear end is going to end up in residential area.
The south elevation would be facing the abutting residential properties, if you will.
Right.
Yeah. But if I could through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Diane, there is and it's actually on the agenda later in the agenda, but we are proposing a duplex at staff housing. And so the actual structure that would be between this structure and that property line is actually a duplex. So
it's a residential building.
correct.
Which would
Yeah. And there's
end
also,
up to hitting the residentials there
right. And
on Wayland.
Matt, let her finish, please.
Okay, that's good.
yeah. If I could also, because I think through you, Mr. Chair, just quickly, Diane, with the landscape plan, we spent a lot of time developing the vegetative buffer between those two structures. Because we know that's a critical important. We want to be great neighbors. And so we can get you that landscape plan, which will be before you shortly.
The buildings aren't very tall, are they?
The residential building,
No.
the residential. I think they vary, honestly. I
They
could
don't
get,
go up 30 feet, do they?
Yeah.
sometimes structures, even if they're story and a half, can be like 28, 29 feet. So I could get some of that data if you prefer.
All right, well, if we can disguise it or, buffer it, I have not a problem with it.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Matt, what is the actual height on the drawings?
For the
Never knows.
storage facility,
Yeah,
30 feet.
okay. Yeah, this is 2711 plus or minus.
For the residential.
The application says 30, but.
Well, I only see one link. I mean, do I have bad data?
Are you referring to the residential structure or the commercial?
Well, I thought that the file may have been mislabeled because I only see one. I see two files. One is for multifamily and then one is for the landscape. So I presume that that file was mislabeled, but it's not, is what I'm
I
understanding.
think the multifamily is the duplex, and 27 feet and change sounds accurate.
Okay, so you're talking 30 feet on this.
Correct.
And can I just get a clarification? Am I not seeing this in, I'm not seeing it in new business because it's not under new business. Is it under held for view?
We staggered the
Thank you so
submissions.
much.
We submitted the duplex and the landscape plan as for the subsequent submission deadline, so they're staggered.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Matt. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Carrie?
I'm impressed that you were able to make a building this large have some simplicity, but also a little bit of character. So kudos to you, man. This is hard.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, though.
Okay,
I could go off with that.
Abby?
Being complimentary, because I also like the integrated materials. Because we've got V-grooves, standing seam, and a mix with shingles. So my only, and I hope I'm not going to put people off, but I think the cupolas are a little bit small, and if we're going to go for them, I think they have to be a little bit bigger. They just look a little.
I could do that through you, Mr. Chair. we felt the same way, but we felt if they were too big.
Okay. Carrie, did that was your final comment? Good. And Abby, you're good.
Yep.
Val,
I'm not on it.
you're not on it. So that leaves Connie, please.
Yeah, I don't really have any issues with this very large building.
Okay, so that leaves me. Matt, I'm concerned about the overall size, in proximity to the, rear on Woodland, the neighboring homes. And in particular, I think the, south facing dormer. It's just going to be peering over into people's, it's going to be, well, first of all, we're not concerned about people's yards. So let me clarify that. I mean, it's not that we aren't, it's just that we can't be. What is of more concern is, as Commissioner Emeritus John McLaughlin would say, is that every roof is visible, or nearly every roof is visible in Nantucket on a structure, and that sets the character for an area from which it can be viewed. And I think that this can be viewed very easily, the roof with that large dormer from Woodland, and it's really out of character. And again, if I'm looking at this correctly, it would be your south elevation. So that's my primary concern, in addition to landscaping. So I would ask that, well, those are my comments. What would you all like to do?
Is south the, one of the short ends?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought, but I wasn't.
And by the way, just to finish that, the comment stands for the north too, because this will be highly visible from the residential areas. So I think that it would quiet the structure dramatically to reduce, to eliminate those dormers on the north and the south. And I'm not adverse to the cupolas being increased to a reasonable extent. Those are my comments.
What do you mean by dormers on the north and south, but they don't see?
In between the gables,
There's more dormers.
between the two gables, the dormer. See, look.
Okay.
it's simple.
If
Got you.
I
I like them.
I could comment, Mr. Chair.
Hold on
Sure.
1 minute, just to see, is there any other concerns, comments? Okay, Matt, you got a half a minute.
Sure. So we can definitely increase the size of the cupolas. I was going to suggest somewhere between 18 inches and 24 inches. So like a foot and a foot. And then as far as the dormers on the north and south, that's something we could look at. Coincidentally, we do have the egress stairs in those zones. So there might be some latitude there to reduce the size of them. I don't know if I could eliminate them completely, but that's something we could certainly look at and work on.
Okay, so would you like us to hold for minor revisions?
Or if you were going to do it through staff approval, I would accept that certainly as well.
I think that's through staff would be without the dormers on the north and the south.
Can I would ask to hold for revisions if that's okay. If
Sure.
those are the only two elements, I can
No,
certainly make those
That's
changes.
fine. That's fine. Who'd like to make that?
I make it.
Abby, all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, thanks, Matt. Okay. Now we are on to 9 Woodbury. My goodness. James,
Good evening.
good evening. You got to get this, you got to clear this one off our plate this evening.
I hope that we can do so.
Okay.
Would you like me to drive?
I would like you to please start.
Okey doke. So I'm sharing my screen right now. Or I'm trying to.
They're very small.
Can you see this now, Chairman and Board?
Oh, this is.
Yeah, you're good.
So previously we were asked to try and reduce the impact of the garage on the streetscape. So what we've done is we have moved it back approximately 18 inches and reduced the structure from 25'6" long down to 22 feet long, bringing it much closer to the center line of the building, which was a major comment. Additionally speaking, we've brought the ridge down 4 more inches down to 19.6 in total. We've changed all the window sizes and scale more proportionately with the structure itself. And we've changed the garage door itself. It used to be a chevron style V, as you can see here, to just a standard 1x6 vertical V groove. essentially, we've made this about as tiny as we could to maintain vehicular access and moved it back as per your request. And we hope that this satisfies your comments. And just a quick reminder, this is gray on gray building for reference.
Hey, thank you, James. Does anyone have any questions for Holly? I have two. James, on your site plan, it indicates site plan approved by others. I'm just curious who those others may be.
The pool is coming in from Atlantic. We got ours in before, but this is essentially the same site plan that we're working back and forth with. But the landscape concerning like fences and hardscape is coming in behind us.
Okay, I get what you're trying to convey there. And then the other is, what was, you may have said this, but what was the height reduction amount?
I only pulled 4 inches out of the building and the total height of the ridge is 19.6 from grade.
4 from one end. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill within the old historic district subdivision called Woodbury, which again it's such a quintessential example of Nantucket architecture that it's actually listed in our NHL update. Appreciate the changes, James, most importantly, pushing it further back on the lot. Thank you. I can say as far as the architecture goes, appreciate those changes as well. It could be simpler without any of the dormers, but I do see the examples provided within the Woodbury subdivision that you've provided in your application. So thank you for that. I have no further concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Do we have any abutters? How about Mickey?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. We'd still prefer to see it set back further from the face of the house. I know it's tight on the site, but it's just a comment. I think we'd like to see it further back. And then the other is the flush shed dormer is on the more visible side of the building. We'd prefer to see that flip to the other side. It seems like it could still work programmatically. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to comment?
I'll go.
Carrie?
I agree with Mickey, and I think, I mean, you pushed it back 18 inches, but that, we were expecting it to be sort of the face of it with the gable end of the house, so it still has 5 or 6 feet to go. And I think in that case, the dormer might be okay on that side because it will be far enough back from the street, but your three-dimensional drawing is very helpful, but I think it sort of shoots you in your own foot because it just shows how tight it is in there and how awkward it feels. That's
Okay,
it. Thanks.
thank you. Who else would like to go?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
What did you say the height was of the garage altogether?
Through the chair, 19.6.
That's good. I agree with what Mickey and Carrie had said about moving the dormer to the other side. And I don't know, I can't find a site plan, see whether it could drop back more. I'd like to see it if it can drop back. Anyway, other than that, it seems to be okay at 19 something or other.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
I too would like to see it move back, and I don't really have much of an issue with the dormer. But if possible, it could stand to go back a couple more feet.
Okay, thank you. So I'm kind of aligned with Connie on this. I would like to see it move back at least half the distance between where it is now and the gable, the center of the gable, where the two roof planes meet. So another 2.5 feet, plus or minus. I think with the practicalities of the dormer and dormers on these small structures being ubiquitous, I don't have a concern about it. Do we have, James, what about moving that back another couple, 2.5 feet?
I can certainly split the difference. Can I present a slight move for the board to see?
I'm not sure I understand that in two regards.
Can I show you the garage move back? Sorry.
Wait 1 sec. When you said split the difference, did you mean split the difference between the 2.5 feet or the 5 feet to the center of the gable?
I was thinking more like 3 feet. And the reason why was I was going to present aligning it with the balcony that you see here.
Mhm.
See the balcony line, which is not 2.5 feet, but it's more like 3 foot and change.
Okay, so
So-
3 feet, which is better.
Window on the first floor of the main house.
Right, so 3 feet will get them past that window.
Can
Okay.
you see this?
Yeah, that's where I'd like to see it. I think that's appropriate, more appropriate, certainly. Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion? I don't want to have a split, but
Can I just add one more thing that might help?
Mhm.
Is the fence on either side of the garage between the house, if that gets pushed back about 4 feet, then you get a little bit of separation of everything with some play on the depth, so that would really be good. It would,
so you're saying, I'm sorry, push the fence
Push-
back with the building.
yes, but push it back a little bit further.
Gotcha.
So you have a little play in relief or in
Oh, sorry.
the texture on the.
So,
street side.
so James, you would be, if you push this back your 3 feet, you'd be beyond the first floor window shown in number 8. So you'd be able to put that gate fence further back than the corner board on the garage. Does that work with your program?
I believe
Yeah.
that it does.
Got it here.
The dormer is a much harder move for us
Okay,
for circulation purposes.
One at a time. We'll knock these down one at a time. So, what else is there? Just the dormer? Are you in a position where with the changes that are made, the dormer is less of an issue?
It is, and there's a house next door, so that dormer, yeah,
So can we just quickly do an exhibit A and do that through staff?
yeah.
Can I get a set of drawings for Carrie, please? I want to try and remember exhibit A's because it makes it a lot easier for staff to go through this. And it's worth an extra minute.
It takes less time than writing.
Yeah, but not everyone, pictures are worth 1,000 words, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So basically the motion will be to push back the garage face 3 feet from the street, move the gate back approximately 6 feet, and that would be through staff. And actually, the motion will be exhibit A. So I correct myself.
Yeah.
So all in favor of Carrie's motion for exhibit A, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? So that carries unanimously. So while we're writing that up, Esme, will you pull up the next one, please?
Thank you very much.
We're going to be on 4 Underhill Lane. James, thanks for sticking it out with us. We'll accelerate the
appreciate it.
next one.
Sounds good.
4
See you soon.
Underhill, new garage. Hold until 6:13. Okay, so we're gonna. Yeah. We're gonna move on to 8 Sconset Ave. Corey, I believe that's you. Boom, boom, boom. How do you, well, we're pulling that up, just a brief segue. How are we writing up the sign, the motion for St. Paul's sign?
We don't have to have.
Do you just want to pull that off and write it up and I can come in the office and sign it? Or do we have a copy of the application here?
No, it's on my desk.
Okay, fair enough. I figured I would have it at this point, so. Tori.
Thank you. Victoria Ewing for Nantucket Development LLC. We have 2 different sets, the prior submission included here and the new revisions in front of us. As we speak, I can walk you through what we've done and then refer back if you need to. First thing is we revised from 6/1 windows that were prior proposed to keeping the 6/6 windows that currently exist in the existing structure throughout. We've widened the front porch. We've drawn it with a hipped roof return, but we're open to otherwise if you deem necessary. We've brought both the front and rear second floor dormers off and down from the ridge. We have the dormers presented as flush dormers now. The dormer windows have been centered as requested. The first floor east elevation windows have been separated and centered as requested. The main mass roof pitch has been reduced to 8/12 from 12/12 previously,
and now matches the roof pitch of the proposed addition to the west. The second floor south elevation windows have been separated as requested. And albeit there's a drafting error in the kick panel drawing, the 18 light doors have been revised to 12 light with a kick panel. He drew 2 panels instead of 1. We're proposing 1. And then the prior submission, as I mentioned, is included. Neighborhood context photos are included. The approved drawings next door at 6 Sconset Avenue are included, and photos of some construction in the neighborhood as well. And with that, I look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Tori. Let's see, are there any questions on this one? So your board is Ray's not here, myself, Abby. If Abby doesn't come back, it will be, let's just do it this way. It's going to be myself, Diane, Jesse's not here. We're going to need to activate, Abby's not here, so we'll activate Val, Connie, and Carrie.
I am not sitting on this for a reason.
Oh, okay, because you're just under alternates.
Okay.
So you're not
I'm
sitting,
recused,
you're recused. Okay, so let's have the minutes reflect that, and Val is recused and Abby's back. So once again, Tori, myself, Abby, Diane.
I'm on this one.
Yep, Connie and Carrie. Do any of you have any questions for Carrie on this before we go to Holly?
Tori,
No, Holly.
I know you said questions for Carrie.
No, he said, does anyone have any questions on this before we go to Holly?
Oh, I thought you said for Carrie. Sorry.
It's okay. No, okay, so Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a non-contributing circa 1986 one-story cape with the proposed addition. Appreciate the 6/6 windows being retained. That is a character defining feature for this structure and very consistent within the neighborhood, which is a combination of both contributing and non-contributing structures. The east and west dormers don't seem to 100% comply with building with Nantucket in mind, especially where the west should not run into the rear gable mass. It was mentioned at the last meeting that the additions swallow the dwelling. So I think that there hasn't been much of a change to that. The roof has seems to be a lot of pitches still. I don't think I saw that change, and I will apologize if that is the case, but I didn't see that change. And I appreciate the notation of the French doors. That kick panel is definitely rendered incorrectly, so hopefully that will be changed to a 12 light with a kick panel appropriately. And I did want to note that there seems to be a lot of shingle space between the first floor header window and door headers and the bottom of the sill of the windows of the second floor. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, and I note that Mr. Benchley is here.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Rob, are there any abutters? No. Okay, Rob, you there?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Rob, it looks like you got a little flooding problem in your yard.
Uh-oh. Oh, yes, I do indeed.
Okay, you're up. Go ahead.
Thank
Please
you very much.
identify the members.
I
of
will
the-
certainly do that.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Rob Benchley, the chairman of the former Wisconsin Advisory Board, now acting as the Wisconsin Advisory Group or something. And our members include the former board members who are Mary Lathrop Will, Angus McLeod, Clement Durkis, and Caroline Ellis. And Mr. Chair, I had a chance to look this over, and I would echo what Holly just said. And it's a much better change, we think. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin if you want.
Go ahead, please, Diane.
I appreciate the fact that the 6/6 are back again. The front elevation, the east elevation, I think is too busy for a house in Wisconsin, simple house in Wisconsin. I would rather see that dormer be brought in. So it had, I don't know, 2 windows and bring it in so it is not quite so heavy on the second floor. And I understand about the kick panels and all that. I would like to see the front simplified somewhat. I think it's too big. I think that door over it is too big. And also on the north elevation or west elevation, that dormer up there, he has to have that for headroom to come up the stairs and go to that room over there. Is that why?
I don't know that that's the case. And, basically I understand you're trying to be sensitive, but if the structure is too big, it's too big and they can work out the stairs later.
Would you like me to answer that through you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, that's to access the bathroom above the addition, Diane, to answer your question.
I figured it had to be.
Yeah.
Something there.
I'd like clarification on that. Can we see the floor plan? The stairs in the center of the structure.
Yeah, I wasn't saying, I said it was to access the bathroom, not the stairs.
Okay, so the stair is not required for that head height in the dormer. The bathroom is in the dormer, Diane.
Not in the dormer, above the addition. Oh, in the bathroom, that bathroom is in the dormer, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, please continue, Diane.
Well, if I'm looking at it, the floor plans properly, they, I don't know, that extension going into sort of the chimney is one that I am not particularly fond of, so other people can look at it and see what. Other than that, I think that's all. I might have another one
Okay,
later, but those are the dormer, both dormers, unfortunately.
okay, thank you. Let's see. Why don't we go with Carrie?
I agree with Diane. I think the front dormer could be tightened up a little bit. I think the hip roof on this house seems a little odd, but I just think a regular shed on that porch makes more sense. The hip to me is a little different element that is not right for this one. And I do think on the elevation of that. The south elevation, the way the addition is crashing into the dormer that's extending beyond it. And then the roof situation is not great. So I would think reducing that rear dormer on the west would help to just clean up. Say the addition gable is meeting the roof of the main mass cleanly, and the dormer is on the inside of that, separate. I think that would be a little better, simple additive massing rather than what's happening with the dormer and the gable of the addition. The windows read a little bit small, but when I'm looking at the size of them, they're not, I guess. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I don't really have much else to add, but I would be in agreement with the dormers, trying to reduce them and simplify them. I think that would benefit the structure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Okay. So yeah, I would think reducing the size of the second floor dormer on the front of the house, east elevation would be good. I think larger windows on the first floor are a must. They look like tiny. And I think larger windows is really going to look much better. I was toying around with this hip roof over the front door, and I think Carrie might be right that maybe just a straight one, or this hip should have a shallower pitch, because right now it seems a little steep. I think the front door should have more trim surround. And I agree about the remarks about, in the back, that the dormer shouldn't die into that other gable. And, I think the French doors are a little odd looking. Not sure, like, where that pane configuration came from. I'd like to look a little more historic looking. Modern or something. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Can we start on the east elevation? Great, that's it. So the issue for me with this porch is that the termination point of the hips into the structure are shortened and they create this perception of a steeper roof pitch. I think part of that is to relocate those so that it is a true presentation of a 412 or a 4.512 from the east, and to widen the porch. That would help. I don't disagree with the window, increasing the fenestration. The addition on the left is just extremely large, and we'll talk about that as we go around. On the west, that elongated dormer across the primary structure needs to be shortened. And I think the overall size of the addition on the right side of the west elevation needs to be reduced. On the north elevation, this just speaks to if you look at that window and you look at the head height above that, and if you look back at the dormer window heights, there's something very wrong with this presentation. And in the terms of, in the sense that it's inaccurate. And I think that there's a lot of height in here that isn't required. So I'm going to request a cross section of both axes of, so this north elevation through both dormers and the first floor. And then on the west elevation through the gable that's facing towards you on the west. And I think there's one more elevation that needed a comment. Oh, if we could go back up to the south elevation. Prior comments I made, if they're implemented, will address what's wrong with this one, which is the plate height on the structure to the left is too tall. The dormer extends out over to create very atypical roof massing. And it looks very awkward. And by the way, on the south elevation to the right, that covered porch hip could be replicated if the termination, just like it is on the front elevation, if the termination point's addressed. So also I want to caution you, Tori, just so you're aware, we did adopt best practices, 3 reviews with material changes by the 3rd review are absolutely required to avoid having a disapproval. And if there's a disapproval and it's a majority vote, it doesn't come back for 2 years. So just so you're aware. And I think this is the second time we've discussed it, and we've definitely discussed a lot of these points. So just cautionary, so you're aware of it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
Okay. On the south elevation,
Mhm.
going up the gable, why does the roof on the left project under that?
That is a cheat. So basically, I think, Diane, what you're looking at is the rear dormer, which is on both sides of that gable to the left.
Yeah.
And it's not appropriate or typical. And then you're looking at a little cheek on the wall of the dormer in order that you don't have water problems where that wall terminates into the east face, I guess it is, of the rear addition. So let me say it differently with a pointer. This extent, can we come down a little bit? I'm not as tall as my younger brother. If this extends from the other side of the gable of this gable and it needs to be shortened, it removes this, and then you just see a typical roof plane with the gable.
Right.
It also eliminates this piece.
Right.
What this piece is there's a wall set further back from this rake, that wall dead ends into the wall that's created here. And in order to get the water out, you have to put a cheek in there. And that's going to be very atypical to view.
Okay, and the other question, I don't know whether it's my eyesight or whatever, but on I guess it again is the south elevation, is that it? I thought this, both sides of the gables did not seem to be the same length. And it
On the,
maybe it's just a drawing
On
on
the
that one,
south.
but I see if you come around and if it did go all the way down, it's just, it's a funny ending there in that
yeah,
elevation.
no, you're right. And just to correct myself, that cheek would more appropriately be called a cricket. But in any event,
That's a cricket.
yeah. I think we need some substantial modifications. And would someone like to make a motion for revision?
Before you make a motion, through you, Mr. Chair, could I just answer the first floor window size question that was brought up? Their existing window sizes where you see them as small as they are, the A windows, I believe, that match the second floor. So they tried to enlarge the windows where they could on the first floor. They were just trying to keep the same window opening with the existing windows, to answer your question of why they're small.
Okay, well, Carrie wants to speak. I think she's going to say you need to identify existing windows in the plan, but go ahead.
Sure.
I just think that you're enlarging the house, so the
Yeah.
windows need to come up with it.
Yeah.
Tiny little windows.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer that.
Okay, and then Abby?
Yeah, that's, I didn't know, I thought this was a new building, so this, I didn't know it was
Yeah,
renovation.
no problem.
Okay,
Yeah, that would be nice to have.
And also on the west elevation,
yep.
the window next to the door is a 6/1.
Yeah, and
Where
it's
is that?
awfully small.
And it's,
On which elevation? The west?
Your west, your C window.
Oh, yeah, that was, he just didn't change that one when he changed the rest.
Okay,
That was a drafting mistake.
so you've got a long list. We're hopeful, and we look forward to seeing the revisions. On a motion for revisions from Abby. All in favor, say aye.
hi,
Any opposed? Okay, that
Thank
carries
you very much.
unanimously. Thank you, Tori. Yeah. We're going to take a 7-minute break for a little sustenance. The HTC
Chair?
cannot march on an empty belly.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman? Hi, it's Rob Benchley, Wisconsin Advisory. I wasn't able to properly disseminate the view packs this time around, so for the benefit of keeping things moving on your plot and the fairness of the applicants, we're going to beg off for the rest of the meeting.
all right. Well, we'll miss you, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care. Okay. You want to set up our break? And when we return, we will be picking up 11 Alliance. Okay. Abby? Well, why don't we line up 11 Alliance? James? Yeah,
Hello again.
okay. James, why don't you slow roll? We'll start on the cabana. Actually, why don't we take these out of sequence and start with the second dwelling cottage?
Okay.
And that'll buy Abby another minute and it'll make more sense.
Gotcha.
Can I ask James a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
From what I reviewed online, what I wished I had had was a picture of the main dwelling to
Oh,
compare this to.
I can show you if that helps.
Okay, yeah, why don't you bring that up first and then stage for 11, the cottage.
Let me share my screen and I'll give you the recap.
Okay. Abby, you're on this. I've been stalling.
Screen sharing.
You're welcome.
Can you see this now, Val?
Yeah. It was just hard to see each individual structure without the others combined. And so I was having a hard time making a decision about one or the other.
Understood.
Thank you,
I
Bill.
can-
James, is this an approved structure?
That's correct. So
Okay.
just mini recap for all three applications that are here, and then I'll speak to, you want to go cottage first, correct?
Yeah. So
Okay.
before you go off this, everybody, what's on the screen is the existing structure.
Which one are we doing?
The existing approved.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Diane, did you catch what's on the screen? On the big screen? For context? Diane? Did you see what, that's the house that's approved? For context.
Oh, and this is a cottage too. This.
Right.
Lane.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you know context, that's all. I don't know who sat on it or anything like that.
Wow.
Okay, James, why don't you start now with the cottage, please?
Sure. So for quick frame of reference, this original structure, the tennis court, associated landscape, and items were approved a while ago. This is under construction. What we're looking at today is the outbuildings related to this property. We're looking at the cottage first. And so for context, sorry, it's loading on my screen. So for frame of reference, this is the structure that is approved, as well as the tennis court and landscape around it, pool, etc. The cottage is this structure here to the south, for frame of reference. So the structures, all of the structures color-wise are 2/2 windows, gray on gray, Quaker gray. Everything else is natural to weather. And for some reason, this is blank. So let me go to the actual cottage itself. So this is a fairly small structure, 731 square feet on the ground. The ridge height in total is 21.3 from the first floor. There is a lot of grade change on this property due to wetlands to the south. Only about 25% of the property is really usable, which is why we have an exposed foundation in one corner, similar to the main structure. So street side facing, what you see is this elevation in the upper left. So essentially it's a small cottage, triple dormers facing the street side, small shed roof, fairly modest entry. To the rear, larger dormers, larger windows, which can't really be seen. And that is the cottage.
Okay, thank you. Who has questions for James? Any? Okay, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there a way that you could show us this facade with the house's facade that faces the same way? I know they're separated by a tennis court, but
Oh, with the garage?
yeah.
Sure. I don't know if I can cobble it together immediately, but I can try. So let me.
Or even if you show us the perspective, James,
Yeah.
like just on the screen, call out which.
On the site plan, is that most effective for you though?
No, and just if you've got if you could pull up the elevation of the perspective views of the main structure and then just call out with your mouse the elevation that is facing the cottage.
Sure. So let me just comment. So the facade that faces the street, which is the same as the cottage face, is essentially this facade. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Red circle. So that is partially obstructed by the garage, which is the next thing that we will see. And that is next to essentially this facade. Can you see these together now, Val?
Yeah.
See the east facade there with this facade here? So I know one is a model and the other is a flat elevation, but the
Thanks
pitch
for
it-
that,
the-
James. I
Sure.
think my bigger concern will be the rear view, which you say you can't see, and like doing a cross section through it, because there's going to be the rear view of the house that dies off into 3 stories, and then something retaining a what do you call it? Tennis court.
So
And then it drops down again for the cottage. Do you see what I mean? It's just like a lot to try and digest.
it's a complicated section. So in the previous iterations, we provided site sections. These smaller structures relationship is a little bit different, but I can help provide those if they're helpful. So I think looking at the site plan helps for context a little bit.
Maybe I didn't sit on the house, so maybe I shouldn't sit on this.
I didn't sit on the house either.
Either.
I remember, you don't remember?
I didn't sit on it.
I don't
But that's
remember
okay.
Stephen being on it.
It's a new application and there's 3.
All right, so those are my concerns.
Okay, so we went right into concerns. That's okay. Who would like to go next?
Well,
Grumbly mumbly.
I can start with a question, because I think Val's leading to the fact of the backside, is that visible? And I can't really tell from this site if it would be, but I don't see, okay, here we go.
So just for frame of reference, it's probably easiest to see just on the GIS. So
Yeah, that was.
the
here.
property is, it's a larger property. The back of the house is is square to Alliance. So maybe the Concom is even better to see. Sorry, this might be the best reference. So
No,
here's a
James,
line.
The locus gives us an idea of visibility from the surrounding area.
Yeah, so just for frame of reference, so the cottage is parallel to Alliance Lane, right? So if you see the that's the same angle there. So the back is facing towards all protected property. So you will more than likely see the balconies in profile if you're way up on Douglas. That's probably true, but it's quite a ways away. But you can't really perceive the back straight on. It's inaccessible. But that being said, I'm open to comments on the rear one way or another.
Yeah, so my main concern was the back, and I don't know if we can minimize some of this double decking, long-legged structure, and the French doors in the basement is very exposed. Anything to mitigate the fact that we're building into the hill here, and not accentuate that, I think is probably a better. Because the front of the building is, by the way, I think this is, it's a pretty big cottage. But I think my concern is the back and how it is overly fenestrated and balconied and staired. Thank you.
Thank you. So who won the cage match? Who's?
Me? Um, I'm not so worried about the back because it is a bunch of protected land back there. I don't know what their walking paths are. The grade is dropping significantly. It is a little over fenestrated for sure on that side. But for me, it's the size of the windows on the front and sides, which you will see. And I think the different plate heights are kind of funny. The roof pitch and the dormer pitch. The crossbars in this case are a little bit too high for the eave line, and the porch. There's a lot of shingle between the porch and the windows on the second floor. The windows on the first floor are all very small. So I think it's just a proportion thing on some of the elements. The other thing is the siding. The siding, it's just sort of plopped in the corner and has nothing to do with the rest of it, except it's all sort of aligned with the tennis court and all that. But I don't think it's not relating to the house at all. And that's kind of weird to me on such a big property.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that.
Okay. James, my comment is going to be overall with respect to all these structures. My concern is primarily the topography. There's a significant drop in grade from the Alliance Lane area and the entrance to the rear of the property that's precipitous. So I think it's appropriate. And in conjunction with that, I don't see retainage and I don't see a ton of stairs stepping down to conform to the grade. So while I am going to speak on the cottage, I just want to put that out there. Along those lines, it's appropriate to have a cross section of the site through each of the buildings. And then I think it's also appropriate primarily from Alliance towards the backyard, which I presume is east-west. Or
That's correct.
Yeah,
In this case,
primarily
correct.
east-west, yeah. Sorry, my tablet keeps reloading the application. So on the structure, so east-west cross-section through each of the building. And then a section that shows the elevation of the, I'll get to that when we get to the garage.
Sure. Can I? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, just to refresh memories, because this was before, we did provide that previously to explain the relationship between the tennis and the cottage, between the tennis and the main structure. But we can provide that again for these individual structures, which is different through the section. But we understood that would be an issue and needs clarification for members that haven't seen this before. So we can certainly provide that.
Sure. Thanks, James. And so case in point is if you go to sheet A100, image 5, zoom in on that.
100 image 5, correct?
So
we're talking about this?
Yeah, off what would be the left side of the rear porch, not 10, probably not more than 10 feet away is the tennis court, which
that's correct.
Doesn't show any retainage to address these major changes in grade. So I'm not suggesting you aren't proposing something or you're hiding anything, but it's relevant and important to see that information while we're reviewing these applications.
Sure.
On the structure itself, finally getting to that, I don't have really strong concerns about any of it other than it would be appropriate to maybe separate some of the gang windows and to the extent they're visible, and certainly on the east elevation.
I could go.
I'm sorry, Diane.
Is that all right?
No, it's perfectly fine. I thought you went. I apologize.
What's the elevation that is not supposed to be seen, the west elevation?
I was just so
That's
surprised that you
correct.
didn't bring up the ganged windows.
Well, I haven't. finished.
I know, that's why.
We've got time.
I'm number 2 on the ganged windows that Steve had already mentioned, but I know
It
that
is the
it's supposed to probably work well. I just find those decks the same size stacked one over the other is sort of more Tom Nevers than Eel Point Road area, if you
Sure.
know what I mean. And I definitely would like to see the plan of how they plan to put it into the hill and without filling up more land that we are supposed to approve. This all sides have walled windows and they should be separated. I think on the west elevation and on the south elevation, it would be just as well to separate those windows. It's in
Sure.
an area that's perhaps a little more sensitive in places than this house is at the moment. So that is my statement for now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So I think it's safe to request revisions and additional information.
Section that to show
Yeah.
how much soil is moving.
Yeah, I was going to say a copious volume of cross sections to include lines for existing taken from the town GIS and proposed. So we can differentiate those.
Sure.
Yeah,
And just, can I, through the chair, can I?
Yeah, go ahead,
just
James.
speak to reference, like our model is a little disembodied for the sake of seeing the 3-dimensional, but we do have plans for nearby retaining. So we'll just increase the level of the modeling that we're seeing so you can see further beyond the structure for both of these. So I understand the context a little bit more. So you can understand the context a little bit more. So.
Okay, did you say yes to cross sections or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's
Certainly.
what I thought.
Yes.
Yeah, Abby.
So James, I wanted to know, are you moving any soil to, I guess it's the south, is it the south where I was worried about?
Not to
all
the, to the south. No, we're the
back-
site.
Well, the back with all the
West,
west.
southwest, really.
Okay,
Yeah.
southwest. Is any soil being moved there or are you going with the natural?
We really can't. I mean, some is being banked into the tennis area towards that corner
yeah.
that Stephen was mentioning. But
Yeah.
essentially we're at the Conservation Commission line, so we really can't do dramatic grading on that side.
Okay,
And we're
okay.
banking it into the existing earth on the east. So,
The cross section will show all that. Thank you, James.
correct, no problem.
Okay. So Abby, your motion was for revisions and cross sections through the buildings to include lines for existing and proposed and to show the relationship of show one drawing to show this structure with the main house in the background.
Yes.
Okay.
Like a streetscape. Is that what we're asking for?
Yeah, but from the west,
From the west.
right?
In
Or from your southwest. To see. Do we still need to see this cottage with the backdrop of the house? We're good without it.
I think he has a picture. You do have a picture of those together. Don't you?
I didn't see.
James, you have a picture of the cottage and the main house together? Side by side.
No, not, I just paired those side by side. That was the garage and the other thing, but I can do a
Okay,
streetscape.
well, wait,
Yeah.
wait, James, please, before we go there, do we need it or not? We don't need. Do you,
I'm not comfortable with the site in general, but that's just me.
okay, so James, the more visuals that you can provide, the better.
Sure.
I think that was a motion buried in all that discussion. All in favor
Motion
of
to hold for
those things,
those things.
all in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. James, you know where we're headed and where we want to go. Why don't
Sure.
we take a look at the garage next?
So this is similar. So this is to the north, much closer to the existing structure. So for frame of reference, just zooming in on the site plan. So this is situated much closer to that original building. Again, this facade that you see here with the red circle around it, that's what's most nearby to this. So let me get back to the garage. So the garage itself is in a similar plane as the main structure, but this is set up as essentially a salt box. It's a story and a half on one side, one story on what is the north side or heading up towards Alliance. We were trying to make it as small as it could be at the street. And then subsequently, this elevation is essentially what's facing the street. And this is the garage side elevation, which is the south, which is facing the driveway courtyard. So just to get you back to frame of reference, this is the east elevation, which is the salt box. And this is the driveway side elevation. So that's facing inward towards the parking court. So essentially everything on this is gray on gray. The doors are cedar, natural to weather. And everything else on it is cedar, natural to weather for all the showers and other miscellaneous components. And that's essentially it for the garage. It's only 21 feet tall at its highest, most ridge. Again, both of these structures, all the structures, 912 main pitches, 512 dormer pitches. These all match the main house's relative relationships, and window sizes are in keeping with some window sizes that are used on all the buildings. So they're similar in nature. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, James. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Is this a modular?
No.
Okay.
Sorry,
So what is
Chair.
the first floor wall height? 9?
It's 9. Yes.
Okay. It's a little, confusing with the window header heights versus the floor heights and all that, but so.
Before you go to comments, do you have
Okay.
other questions?
No.
Okay, does anyone else have questions? Okay, James, I do. I thought you mentioned that the salt box with the second floor deck was to the east, but it's to the north, which faces Eel Point Road, correct? I may have
The
misunderstood you.
salt box shape is facing east, but the box runs to the north. I guess the slope that we consider the back runs towards the north. That's correct.
With the
So
second floor deck.
That's correct.
Okay,
That
thank
faces north. Sorry if I misspoke.
So that's towards Eel Point Road. Okay, that was my, I wanted to clarify. Val, why don't you go ahead since we're going to start?
The structure in and of itself is a simple salt box, which I appreciate. Something Carrie said earlier, I think resonates with this, and that's the middle of the windows versus the eave thing. But for me, it's more the proximity to the house itself. It's too close and it's smack in front of the house. Like, you have this handsome house getting constructed. If this was a one-story garage, I may feel differently, but it's I think a little too much to be in front of this house in this close proximity.
Sarah? Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I have similar thoughts. Barry, did you want to go?
No, we're just having technical difficulties.
You just keep reloading. Yeah.
It disappears?
Yeah.
Yeah, that disappears. I'm not gonna
Okay.
touch mine anymore.
Abby, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I agree with Val. The proximity of this building to the main house is it's obliterating the front of the house. And there's so much agenda on this project that, I mean, you've got like the driveway is, it's like it opened up the back of the tar truck and poured it in there. That it needs some air, it needs some lift, it needs some levity. And I think maybe this garage comes right up to Alliance, and there's some air in between these structures, because right now they're a little crammed in as if you were building within a city. So and now that I see the cottage seems a little odd, like way off in its own. But my point is that I think that we need some space between the garage and the main building. And I'm going to have a lot to say about the driveway when we come to that.
You're warned, James. Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, I just think this is kind of nondescript, big wall of a building. And I think if it had some pieces to it, if there was some additive massing, if the garage read like the garage and then something added to it. But it really just, it's sort of monolithic to me, and it's imbalanced. The salt box seems a little long in the tooth on the long end and too high on the short end. Again, the dormers, the way they're aligned, it's like the cottage, they're not quite right somehow. And I agree with the others about the proximity to the main building and siting of this.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Yeah, I agree with what has been said. No reason to repeat it all. I agree with what has been said.
Okay, thank you. I agree with much of what has been said. I have two concerns. One is that facing Yellow Point Road, that dormer with the second floor deck, it's almost like a quasi negative space creation, like a well. And I think it's atypical. That form in that area, the salt box roof is just typically a very clean traditional look. And this is not a clean traditional application of a dormer of a second floor deck in such a roof plane. The other thing is I'm not personally supportive of this idea of moving the garage closer to, keeps reloading, closer to Alliance. The structures out there are typically a little bit further from the street. I think a resiting of the structure may be in order, or some dramatic changes to the massing. And those are my comments. What would you like to do?
Hold for revisions.
Okay, James, I don't, not to foreshadow anything, but I mentioned to Tori was here earlier. This is a big project. There's a lot involved in it, but we do have our best practices rule of material changes towards a third hearing approval. And I'd really appreciate your being respectful of that in the next revision and the upcoming.
Understood. Can I speak? Can I speak to something for the citing of things, just for the sake of future discussions? So the property itself, while it is big, a really large portion of it is unaccessible, which is one of the reasons why we proceeded forward with getting the kind of larger elements approved. And much to what you spoke to, Stephen, the garage and the cottage in their present locations can't really get closer to Alliance. They're right up against the setbacks in this region. Now, that being said, we can change their massing and such to change their relationships, and we will look to do that. But, this, not that it's necessarily crystal clear, but you can see the setback lines right there, which we know that we have a lot in a smallish area, which is why we were working with the larger elements, and we'll be flexible with these other elements as needed, and appreciate the board's comments.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, James.
So-
Yeah, how much you put in the cup is up to you. Our determination of what that cup is going to look like is ultimately what we're concerned about.
Understood.
So, we'll go from there. So we have a motion for, revisions?
Yeah.
Motion.
All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. So we're going to go to the cabana.
Yeah, so we have a relationship with things now. So the
Excuse
cabana
me.
itself.
I have to take this call.
um,
Sure. Go ahead, James.
Okay, so just for frame of reference, the cabana is this location here. So it's opposite the tennis court towards the pool area. The cabana is essentially a bathroom, changing room area with covered dining attached to it. So for frame of reference, this is 160 feet from the street. And its initial deck is about 3 feet below street level. And this is 13-foot tall from the pool deck. It does drop off on the tennis court side, but you can't really see that. Again, going back to the original section, which we had approved a while ago, you can kind of see it here. We will provide additional information related to that if needed. But the cabana itself is this small shingled enclosed structure with a hip roof, and then this open hip structure that is exposed to the elements. It again is natural to weather and Quaker gray painted. And that's it.
Okay, thanks, James.
Sure.
Anybody?
I'll go.
Thank you.
James,
Mhm.
this structure frightens me. The east makes me apoplectic. I don't even know what to say about it, except we have this little tiny structure that has this ginormous 9-foot retaining wall. And without the relationship of how that plays with the tennis court.
Back wall of the tennis court.
Well, that's
It's like a backboard.
Is all of that above grade?
no, it's all below grade. So the tennis court, to go back to, and I can't remember if you were on this or not, Val, the tennis court is essentially 8 feet below grade. So I'll go to this. It's old reference, but this is the section itself. So the tennis court can really not be seen from straight away on Alliance Lane. And here's the cabana over here on the left. Can you see the little hip roof over here? So essentially the tall wall that you are seeing, Val, is you're only really seeing the top of that wall, if at all. So I understand why you would be concerned with this elevation change, but in all actuality, it's 9 feet of retaining, but it's actually a 3-foot railing on this level and just 9 foot deep so that you don't see the tennis court. It's actually more telling to see these two partial sections. So this is the pool deck here where these two guys are hanging out. And here's the tennis court down here. So grade at the street is 28. So this is below that and sunk down below it as well. So this is not that tall for frame of reference. So
The east elevation
Go
is
ahead,
showing,
Carrie.
sorry, I'm just clarifying. The east elevation here is showing the tennis court surface is the bottom line.
correct.
That wall going up is the inside of the tennis court, and the
Correct.
cabana is beyond, and the pool is beyond that.
That's
Just
absolutely
showing
right.
on this east elevation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, it would have been good to have. When there's such a gap in between applications, it's virtually impossible to remember. And especially on a complicated site like this. So I still think it's too much. It's like 10 pounds of apples in a 5-pound bucket, but that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Val. Carrie.
I think, because of the distance from Alliance Lane and the crater like of the tennis court, this is going to be visible from Alliance unless you have really good screening on the street. Tall and thick between the street and the tennis court.
We do.
As when there's a distance of view, you can see it all. And if that 9-foot wall is visible at all, for lack of a better word, it sucks. But the cabana itself, I think is cute. I get your concept and I think it's great. I just really, we don't want to see this because it is so unusual and so much mass of stone walls that we've been there, done that, and nobody's been happy about it. So, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, thanks, Barry.
Really got to screen
How
that
about
crater.
just making the little part of the building that's closed in the building and all the rest of that?
Yeah.
Go
All
ahead,
the rest,
Diane.
what? Scratch? What do you scratch it? The open roof?
But
thing?
it's not,
I think it's Diane's turn, guys.
it's not very open roof. It makes a
No, keep
big
going.
building. I think it's very tentative about not seeing the tennis court, the cottage and the cabana standing out there. I would like to see some landmarks that say that it's, you know, that it's dropping down to the back and or it's dropping down in the middle so we can see what the view is. It's a lot to cram in to one corner of a piece of property, whether there's a pit pool down at the end of it or whatever, that's what it has. It didn't come as a surprise. I would like to see some connection of a cut through that shows what the land drops off as far as the pool is concerned. If the pool is down 8 feet, did you say?
The tennis
Tennis
is,
court,
the
I mean,
pool is,
tennis
the
court.
pool's in between.
Right.
So
The
through the
tennis
chair.
court is
like-
down low, but
Correct.
it, I don't see any height at Alliance Lane and what the height is at the tennis court and again at the pool, because it's a fairly open area and going to be seen from a fair amount of things. If you see your pictures of what's growing there, it's all pretty low. So I'd like to see some footage telling us what we're working with. And I don't know, it's, as I say, it seems all to me that it's all crammed in one corner and it's sort of a lot to have there. That's it.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen, are you on this?
Yeah, so thank you for taking chair. I was listening, I agree with a lot of the comments. I think what I'm gonna request is that James, we need to see some aerial views, one from each of the offset cardinal points. So southwest, northwest, southeast, northeast, approximately 600 feet up, at a 45 to 50 degree inclination. That will give us, with all the structures and the hardscape in place, to the extent you've shown it, and obviously set in the topography as proposed, I think that will give us a better indication of what we're looking at. It will give us a better indication of what the visibility issues are. And ultimately, I think it will work to your benefit because the greatest visibility is approaching the structure from Eel Point on Alliance, and the retaining wall on the northeast side of the main structure is really going to be the thing that's most visible. But having said, I do think that those aerial views are important for us to be able to successfully review this and not waste time. And those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Well, so besides an aerial view, which Stephen wants, I'd
Or-
like to ask how these structures relate to one another in some kind of either elevation, just flat elevation, or perspective, because and I also wanted to ask you, James, what has actually been okay? For instance, is the pool been?
Yes.
Yes.
Pool,
And
pool,
tennis
tennis, main house, most retaining the pergola and landscape to
Yeah.
like we're
So I
most
think
of the
next
landscape.
time, if you have
Yeah.
a project like this, I think seeing things roll off and right next to the other would give us more is a really good word for what I'm looking for.
Context.
Yeah,
Sorry to-
but yeah, I'm with Val. The first words out of her mouth were that she's frightened by the cabana. And I am also frightened. So maybe yeah,
Well, just
maybe you
can-
can bring us those things so we can see how everything relates.
So I'll make a motion that we will seek some revisions and the aerial views, which will be perspective drawings, one each southwest, northwest, southeast, northeast. And those approximate distances and inclinations to best show what's going on.
And can you show elevations? So to show the relationship between like the cabana, tennis court, main building.
The perspective will do that.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely.
Can I speak to clarification for that or ask
Sure.
a clarification on that? You mentioned like 600 feet in the air. Did I hear that? Like bird's eye? Is that what we're trying to?
Yeah, bird's eye,
achieve?
an aerial view. Yep. So you're going to do it on an angle from, you're going to be viewing the center of the lot, or I should say the center of the programming from the southwest, northwest, southeast orientation. Probably some 600 feet up in the air. If it works out to be better view at 500, you're more than welcome.
That's
So it'll just be an aerial view looking down at an angle to generate perspective drawings, which will show us the relative scales, the proximities, the topography, all the relevant and important information.
Yeah, you might need
Yeah,
a drone.
guys, that's what we just said. There are 4 directions that he's looking from to the center of the property or the center of the programming.
Okay, all in favor of
Aye.
Stephen's motion? Thank you. Aye.
Hi.
Thanks, James.
Thanks.
No, but it's the one that kind of made me think that we can't see everything. Okay. So thank you everyone on that. We're going to move to 20 Starbuck. I think I saw Mark or in the queue.
I'm here.
Hi, Mark. Welcome to the HTC. Do you want to drive? You got a plan or you want us to do it?
I'd like you, I've got plans on my iPad, but I'd like you to drive just down through the sheets. I'll give you a little history. The woman who currently owns this building had it built for her back in the early 90s. And as she has gotten older and knowing that this house is an upside down house, we're looking to put some accommodations in her master bedroom suite by adding a 10 by 16 addition that would allow the transition for the bed and furniture to move down so that she can have a more accessible bathroom and also have a powder room that is sorely lacking on this second floor. So that's the general extent of the size of the addition. And you'll see that from the south elevation, which you are on now. You'll see that where we intersected the line to go out 10 feet and put in 3 windows to match the windows that are on the other side of the house in the living room on the right-hand side of the house. The gable end of the structure doesn't change physically at all, other than being moved out 10 feet with regards to the gang window placement. You'll notice that there are more gang windows on here than there are unganged windows on this house.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any, bear with me. What's tan mean?
Nantucket.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you want to comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before you do, just any questions for Mark?
What's an underground bay? Ungrounded.
It's a misnomer. It's a porch. And if you look at the floor plans, you'll see it labeled correctly on the floor plan.
So it's then there's no structure there. It's a covered porch, basically.
It's a covered porch.
Under the second floor.
That's correct.
Structure. Okay, so we got the question answered, and then we have Holly's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, based on the NHL data, this is a circa 1971 structure originally. At least that's what the property card indicated, contributing, if that's the case. The two-story addition makes for a long ridge, and I didn't see a length indicated on the plan, so that would be a question. The second floor deck addition is an odd feature because it like cantilevers out without any support underneath, but I'm not sure on the visibility, and photos would be helpful for that. Other than that, I have no concerns on the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. I've got a question before we begin, Mark. The existing west elevation image, does that show the extent of the cantilever that exists currently, and then you're proposing to mimic that?
Yeah,
on
the
addition?
interesting thing about the construction of the house is that the lower level is actually built out under the second floor waterproof deck. And you can see that in the existing west elevation photograph on the right, where the upper level deck is really only about a foot beyond the actual wall line of the building itself. And then the lower level deck comes out about 3.5 feet beyond that point. So the idea with this, it's not really cantilever because they're posts shown in the drawing. The idea was to be able to put out this little projecting balcony so they could fit a table and chairs up in that area in the scheme that, again, is one of those components that just seems to be lacking in usable space up there.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go? Yeah. Our board for this application is the regular members, and where are we? Connie. Thank you for asking. Anyone?
I'm not sure I understand it, so I'm still digesting.
Okay. Well, Val's digesting. Would anyone like to take a bite at the apple?
Well, I'll say what I have questions about, okay?
Sure.
On the west elevation. At the number of porches, the amount of porches, the footage of porches, I think is too big, too much. I think that the 4 mulled windows on the west elevation, west side, is too much. It on the east elevation, you look at the picture taken, it is, you don't see the first floor hardly at all. What are you doing to make it more handicapped for her?
Well, we're renovating that whole wing, and the proposed addition would be built onto it to accommodate more accessible hallways, an open kind of floor plan for her dressing area that's now a closet, and getting the bathroom squared away in a little better fashion that makes it more accommodating to her.
You're gonna bring the bathroom
Diane?
down to the first floor? No, it's all.
We're just going to renovate the section of the building that's currently at the end of the first floor,
Yeah.
which is in the existing west elevation, and you'll see that what is being proposed for windows is the same format that is currently there, and we are not talking about extending any more deck than the 4 by 14 foot piece that you wanted to enlarge the depth of the deck for a table. Everything else is there. I know it looks a little over fenestrated, but it's all existing conditions.
Yeah, a little over fenestrated, and the ridge line is pretty long, all in one piece with no break in it at all.
Well, it's actually broken up by the roof block to a degree, and the eave line of the master bedroom is 6 inches lower than the eave line on the rest of the house.
Where do you see that?
Well, you would see it in the existing west elevation. You can see where the fascia boards don't line up. And this form was originally built when they did the addition onto the house to put in and remodel the new kitchen and expanded at that point in time. So that I don't know where you would see the real true extent of this ridge in any really great fashion. Because if you look at the what is considered the south elevation, you can clearly see that the eave lines are different on the building.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Guys, well, Diane, you're still up, but so just so we get a better idea of the scope of this, what's on the screen now is the second floor view. And the addition is in the upper right, and then the deck bump out is on the left. Below the deck bump out is a deck with posts down, and below the addition is posts down to, and that's an open deck. It's a covered porch area below.
That's a covered porch.
Covered porch.
Yes. So yes,
So that's the extent of the addition.
yes.
I just want to be clear because in the drawings and the discussion, it could be, we might be missing something. So Diane, if you want to continue, you may.
No, I just had one other thing that I'm sure there's a good answer for it, is why he's putting up another post
Yeah. I didn't get that.
on either side. Well, he's got them either side on the front door. And then he's got them on the what elevation is it?
West.
That he's got them going on both sides of those modeled windows, west elevation. And he didn't have them before. I don't know what he's bringing out from that.
If you look at the floor plan of the upper level, you will see that the concept here was simply to extend the upper level deck out to match the lower level deck location and post it down to the existing deck system at that point. That's why that area in the west elevation is clouded, but it might be easier to see just by looking at the proposed floor plan.
So could we go to Mark? I'm gonna interrupt for just a second.
Yeah.
Can you guys lower this? So Diane, what you're looking at are the posts that are below this corner and this corner of this addition.
Yeah,
And come down one more, please.
I just wondered why.
Well, because they're supporting, this is being, go back up, I'm sorry. Underneath this is the second floor addition. Below it is a covered porch.
Yeah,
Those posts are the structural supports for the
Because
outside portion of the porch.
they didn't have them on the
Original because the structure didn't come out over the porch, the deck. Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay.
Basically cantilevering over the.
It's the second floor.
It-
Yeah.
Yeah, cantilever's a little different, but yes. Val?
I think my only real concern is the length of that ridge, mostly the north, because that's very visible, but it looks like it's on some sort of an angle, and with the pergola sort of bisecting it, I guess it'd be all right.
Okay. Connie?
I don't really think I have any concerns.
Abby?
No concerns.
Okay, how about a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you all.
It wasn't odd to get our arms around. Once we got off the ground, we were okay. Okay, Yeah, that one was a stall start. 12 West Sankaty. Ben's here. Your board is the regular members and Carrie. And why don't we start with the move off demo?
Sure. So this should hopefully be an easy one. We'll get into the dwelling later, but on the property was like a hand-built little shed in the back. Didn't show up on any of the Sanborns. This survey wasn't even on this survey. I forget the exact date of the survey. Kind of seemed like a weekend project, like right next to the building. And we want to get it to be moved off or demolished. It's studded with 2x4s, rafters and studs, plywood sheathing. It's probably in the 80s, I would guess. I don't know if you have any understanding when it's no. But a great little clubhouse for some kids or something, but unfortunately in an unusual location on the property.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I concur with Ben. There was no date indicated. It does seem contemporary. Looks like it's in good shape. It'd be a shame to see it demolished. So obviously it would be nice to see it moved. But no, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
No, I would look around, maybe just ensconce it, see if somebody wants this.
Okay.
Oh.
Can I speak on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Matt Davis, owner. So the family that I bought this from, if we can move this off, one of the grandsons wasn't involved in the house, and so I've already offered it to give to him if we can move it off, as he's got his own house that he's working on, so.
That's great news for the landfill.
Yeah.
We like that.
Already in the
A lot
works, if
better.
it's all right to move.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mac. Appreciate that offer and information. Who would like to go next?
I have no concerns.
How about a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Let's move on to the addition now that we're moving off the move off.
All right, so you all may recognize this building. It's on the corner of or peninsula of this location, as a new Street or West Sankaty, and I forget the one on the back there, but it's been there quite a long time. As Holly will definitely describe to you.
Probably related.
It was built probably in 1930, was not on the Sanborns from 1924, but it was on an aerial in 1935. So sort of is it a bungalow style home? The front porch was added later. The HDC survey for the property, the picture in that actually showed it as an open porch. The Sanborns and the other graphics of it, historic graphics, don't show the porch, so it was added at a later time, and then it was actually added onto again in the 80s or sometime. And Mac will speak to the condition of the house when he purchased it, but the concept here is actually to rebuild the front porch. It's not in very good shape, and the windows are beyond, they're almost like storms, and incorporate that into the structure as more living space. And then the addition is actually just a little shed addition for mechanical space. The house will not be put on any foundation. It's just going to stay on its piers. So it's really a restoring of this building. It's been neglected a very long time. And to that information, I'll let Mac speak on what he purchased.
Sure. So my wife and I's idea is exactly what we're doing, is just to keep it exactly what it's supposed to be, and that's a little cottage in Sconset. We don't really want to change anything, but just make it a little better based off what we see. When I purchased the home, it was probably going to be condemned. It did have a health department sticker on the window, and it was full to my chest of stuff that was not up to standards for health code. Let's just say I'm trying to keep, I know the family, so I'm just trying to keep it respectful. So we have cleaned it out, and I'm sure the neighbors are happy at this point. And otherwise, I think the property would have probably ended up having to be demolished. So we're really just trying to improve a little bit and keep it with the nature of Sconset and exactly what it is, including the little like ornate pieces off the side of the building and everything, willing to do that as well. I will tell you, Ben mentioned a little bit, but those windows in the front porch are actually only storm windows that somebody like taped mullions onto to make 6/1s. They're not actually real windows. So we're just trying to bring it back to life and make it nice for the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Who would like to, Holly?
You were going to forget me, weren't you?
No, I would not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously for the record, this is a cute little bungalow in the Old Historic District of Sconset. There is an old HDC survey on file. I say old because it's from our 89 effort. And at the time it was the Army family that owned it. And I want to mention that the 6/1 windows are indicated as a character defining feature for this bungalow. And if you remember your building with Sconset in mind, that Sconset Trust has provided to you all, this is a vernacular bungalow from the early 1900s, and it fits the characteristics that they indicate in their book. So appreciate, first of all, the scale of the proposal and keeping this cute little bungalow the way it is. So thank you for that. Appreciate the window and door survey, Ben. The TDLs, weighted sash and fixed. Obviously, if they're in good condition, that'd be great to retain, but appreciate that they're going to be TDLs and I think Boston sash is what you did. Green Mountain, even, yeah, good. The 15 light French doors are not appropriate in the OHD. 12 light with kick panel would be more appropriate and as consistent with the commission. I wanted to just mention this for the chimney lovers in the room. I do notate that the chimney in the rear is being lost. However, I believe it's for a furnace, so not the main center ridge chimney. Concerns on the existing front porch roof's pitch. That's the only change that I see. And it's more evident on the side elevation. So just curious on that. I note that since the October 1989 survey, the front porch was expanded and enclosed. So obviously, you know that this has had some change to it over the years. However, it's clear that the pitch has been the same throughout. If you look at the survey versus the pitch right now, all it did was expand down the facade. It would be a shame to alter this character defining feature. So just curious on the change of the pitch. Other than that, no other concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ben, can you just speak to that gull wing being changed over so that you've got introducing a new roof plane?
Yeah, so if we could actually go to the south elevation on the screen and I think that's where it's most obvious what's going on. So currently it's
zoom out just a little bit so we
yeah.
can see the existing.
Yeah, the existing conditions are on there too, so there is something. So currently the porch, you step down onto it like an exterior door, you step down onto the porch. So the door into that space is lower than the finished floor. So the proposal in front of you is to rebuild that front porch at finished floor level. So the existing door now needs to come up to fit a 6'8" door, and the windows come up as well. So that requires the roof to also go up to create that condition to work vertically in there. And the way I did it was that currently the existing conditions, you'll see that the flying rake, the projecting rake is flush all the way down from ridge to the end of the porch. Now, when I raised up the roof plane of the new porch, that bracket at the bottom was no longer in its proper location because that roof line goes up. So I pulled in the rake of the new porch in so that it doesn't stick out like a foot like on the original house. It only sticks out like 6 inches. So now it completes the gable, holds the existing bracket that holds that rake of the main box, and then the porch, that rake is pulled in, so it allows that almost like a dormer sort of allows that to complete, and then the porch is applied on there, not related to the rake of the main. So that was the thinking there, was kind of trying to do it in a delicate way, not to lose those characteristics, but achieve the vertical needs that we're trying to meet.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go?
I could go.
Please, Abby.
Ben, I appreciate what you had to do there, but I really miss the old sort of broken back of the old one line of the trim. I don't know if you're able to do that now because of what you're doing, but I really miss that feature. And staying on the south elevation, I think 3 doors in a row is good, because that's going to be run on New Street, I believe.
So the French door is recessed into the courtyard. Those are 2 planes that you're looking at there. You see that the little single door, but then there's a whole.
Can we go to the floor plan,
yeah,
please?
yeah,
Sheet
floor plan
1,
will show you.
sheet 1 and zoom out a little bit.
Did somebody talk about putting a kid plate on that, like having a?
Yep,
Oh, okay. Oh, and Holly, thank you, because I think that will make it less French doory, because I think you are going to see that from New Street.
You won't, but because
Just in case.
It's all fenced in. It's an existing
Yeah.
stockade fence around that whole rear.
Oh, okay.
It's all grown in.
Okay, very cool, very cool.
So that's the
Um,
setback plane I think Ben was referring
Yeah,
to.
yeah, that's the door you're worried about, but that's within that kind of backyard courtyard.
Okay. Could we go to, could I see some other elevations on this? So you're using the windows, what are those fancy East Mountain, what is it, what are they called? Green Mountain, yeah, oh, that's great, they'll give some of its oomph back. And could I see the side, I guess it's the north, yeah, the elevation with this right here. Yeah, I'm glad you're keeping all those little details, like those long little brackets, whatever they are. No, I think it's a fantastic job. What fun. Good for you for buying it, and you're gonna have so much fun in there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val. Then Carrie. And then
I really don't have a lot. I think it's awesome. I think the south is the only concern I have, and it's not even related to the roof. It's how that rake dies into, it looks like it's in front of the window.
Yeah.
If there was a way to do something there. And it's so funny, this house, like, why are those middle windows like down so far from the rest of the
I
house?
checked that like 3 times. So those windows are like 6 feet or whatever.
It's
The
hysterical.
kitchen ones are like way. up
Yeah.
there for the counter.
So, I don't know what you could do about that. Maybe make the windows a little smaller, but then they won't match the rest of the room. That is the only little kerfuffle that
I mean,
is
I
an
can
issue
pull
for
those
me.
rakes in line again and move that bracket.
No,
Yeah.
it's gonna be very odd.
I agree.
It's gonna look very odd if you change. I'm just speaking on the brackets. It's in that roof alignment. Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry, just.
That is the absolute only concern that
Okay,
I have. And I get it.
okay. Carrie, thank you, Bill.
Ben
I
has to
think the-
fix it.
I think the difference is that the window headers used to be the low one. on the
Right.
Porch. But now that everything's coming up, and that's a little bit of a concern for me, is that porch is such an integral, important part of that building, and all of a sudden it's getting bigger. So the proportion is changing with the rest of the house. Not changing a lot, and I understand why it's changing, but it's gonna change the whole perception of the house, I think, probably pretty subtly, but that's why the windows are doing that. They used to be in line, now they're not because of that bump up in the porch. My only thing on the east is the little shed. The cockeyed roofs on the right side. I think that new added storage shed should just come down. The plate should be a little lower, and it should just mimic the same roof slope as the one behind it. It's a finicky little thing, but I think it would be, it's quirky. The doors would be a little bit smaller and if you did do that, but I think that's very sconcy, quirky little things that fit. And then the French doors, I think it's just the size. I think they should be 5.0. I think 6.0, and this little tiny house is just too big
Yeah.
on both sets. It's just a proportion thing again. Dealing with a tiny, cute little house.
Okay. Did I miss anyone? Okay. I don't really have any concerns with this. I understand the programming changes for the porch. I think the other, I'm not discounting the other concerns. I don't know that given the layout, given the different jogs, the visual interest with the rest of the structure, the existing landscaping, and I'm quite certain there will be additional landscaping, so it's private space. And that even extends to some extent to the French doors, but I do think it would be a nod to the commission to knock those down to 5-foot widths and a panel on those.
Can I ask one more question?
Yep, those are my comments. Go ahead, Abby.
One chance and it's over. On the other side of the house from this, on the long elevation, there's.
The north.
North.
Sorry, it's the front of the house elevation. I was. Blah, 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 I didn't say it right.
So
Yeah, so on that first little shed off the side, there's no way we could put a window in that.
Sure, if you'd like to, yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
I think it looks a little naked.
sure, yeah, it's just a storage shed for mechanicals and things, but if it needs a window, that's fine. Well,
mean,
that was on the addition behind it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, if the board agrees with me, I really think that's going to show as
Could it be like a transom or something small?
Yeah, I think a transom would be
yeah,
appropriate.
just something that. yeah.
So how about a motion then?
Motion to approve adding one window to that east elevation far right shed addition. And changing the French doors to what it would want, 10,
Five-
like a
5-0 wide
5-0.
with a kick panel.
But it's not gonna be 12 above, it's probably gonna be like, it's 12 would be like.
Do like a 9.
Or
Maybe a
10 light.
I totally trust Ben.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll
do
draw-
proportionally what's correct
12.
and
Yeah,
just to scale
Right.
historically. And was there anything else?
Yeah, the window on the east elevation, right-hand side.
Yep, she got that.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
Do we want to do an exhibit A?
Only those two things.
I think
I
All
think
right.
he's got it. Okay.
So it's a window on the far right of the east elevation and the French doors go to a 5-0 with a kick panel. Okay, that's Abby's motion.
Yeah. that
All in
is-
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We got a little bit of landscape.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, okay, hardscaping.
So I'll start talking while you.
Yes,
So currently the property. is-
before the electrical storm shuts us down.
Currently the property does not have a driveway, so we are requesting a shell driveway with a Belgian block apron in a little alley that screams for a driveway. I can't believe they probably parked some cars there before, but so the new driveway, and then we're gonna redo the fencing in like kind. It's stockade. Do you want to use the stockade? I mean, we don't have to use stockade, but it's a currently 6-foot high stockade fence around that back courtyard. We'd like to maintain 6-foot fence in that back courtyard for some privacy. Like I said, it's a peninsula of the property. And then a stone patio within that courtyard, but again, with the fence, nobody's ever gonna see it, so. Yeah, it doesn't have to be stockade, but stockade's kind of an unusual material. At this point, could be a 6-foot cedar.
Yeah. I'd probably want to make it nice and good.
Make it what?
Cedar and make it a nice fence, not stockade.
Like a cap on.
Yeah, it's like, simple and clean, but in line with whatever's around there.
But there's like so there's the view currently. So we're gonna be maintaining all those, that big cedar tree there, there's a big apple tree there, all that vegetation is gonna remain.
So visibility on this is 0.
Right.
I would say, yeah, I didn't want to say it before.
Lower evergreens is staying too?
Yeah, all I'll do is prune that stuff and put a fence in,
Okay,
line and in there just so it's clean and not choking everything.
are you just replacing exactly where the existing fence is now with new fence?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Carrie, for the minutes. Okay, does anyone have any material concerns on this?
No.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve is submit, oh,
Sorry, I skipped you, Holly.
Yes.
Did you have a material concern?
Yeah, so basically, I just wanted to mention that typically our building with Sconset in mind, neighborhoods would have had a low picket fence or split rail fence, natural to weather. However, the existing stockade fence is there and obviously was approved once. I wanted to really more talk on the driveway. The driveway is shell, it's appropriate. However, not sure about the Belgian block as the apron. Reason being, brick or cobble apron would be more appropriate. As, because that's something that also our book mentions. And especially for the bluestone patio. However, I do know it's not going to be visible and it's going to be screened. So that would be my only comment.
Okay.
More
thank you.
so is that apron.
Cobble apron, if that's more.
Fair enough. Was there a motion to approve with a cobble apron?
Yes, I make that
All
motion.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ally.
Yeah, good luck. Have fun in there. Was that why worry? What was the name of the house? Was it Why Worry?
Now it's no worries.
Or were they next door?
Oh, you're
Yeah.
Next door. Is it local?
Yeah. Esther.
Now we're moving to Mattapoisett, guys. 10 Mattapoisett.
Yep, that's me.
Val Oliver
Okay.
presenting.
Yes.
So we will have Miss Oliver. Your board is Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Carrie Thornwell, and Connie Patton.
Okay. This is a existing house in Cisco. Not any of the house is changing. We are asking for new windows. The existing windows are 6/1. We're asking for 2/2. We're reorienting the front of the house, which is what is now you first come to is the east. So we're adding a door on that side and adding a little porch so that it's more of a front door. The front door on this house is on the existing right, and it's in a little nook and you can never see it. And people just walk around the house trying to find the front door. There's an existing staircase on the south that goes up to the second floor deck and bisects most of that facade. We're asking to reorient this deck access with a circular stair that we want to put on the west, which will now be the rear, the farthest away from the driveway, and reshingle the roof and lift it up and put a new foundation under it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant's agent? Okay, does anyone have any concerns?
I do not have a concern about this application.
Okay, anyone else?
No, I think you're helping it by adding that door, and I think the windows are perfectly appropriate on this style of building.
Okay, Val, is it possible to do like a lattice on the south where you can see that stair from the
Sure.
street?
Yeah.
So basically like a 6-inch on center, vertical and horizontal.
Yeah.
And that way it would just kind of it would be lost in a field of lattice.
I don't think you're going to see it anyway, but we'd be happy to do that.
Oh, you won't? I
No.
thought you could see it from the site plan. Looking at the locus from
I have one other.
Marion Ave.
Take back
Oh,
my-
there's vegetation.
Yeah, and it's a dead end.
So to the extent it's visible, otherwise don't bother.
Yeah.
Abby, go ahead, please.
Hey, Val.
Yeah.
I see that the former front door had a little more trim around it. Would it be possible to pump that up just a little bit? It looks
Sure.
a little bit like a kitchen door, and then it would say, I'm the front door.
Sure.
So you're gonna front doorize the door and do we really need to even write that up? So how about a motion?
That's my motion. Trellis on the, what elevation did you want? With the
I was just gonna say, to the extent it's visible
Okay.
on the south elevation, a lattice 6x6 on 6
North and
inch
south.
on center lattice panel.
Okay, so, south elevation, trellis and, trim up the front door surround And that's my motion
through staff.
through staff.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. We are looking at really an outdoor shower? I hope this is a really important outdoor shower.
Well, I
Did you
didn't get to
not put it on
review all the
consent?
applications.
Why didn't you put yours on consent?
Can't do that.
What, why aren't we looking at are we at 16 Canterbury?
We are looking at the outdoor shower at 16 Canterbury.
Yep, this is Adam Davis with Goldsmith Architects.
Adam, welcome to the HTC. When you see your site plan, why don't you very briefly explain to us what's going on?
Yep, so there's the site plan. As you see, Canterbury Lane is on the right. And this project is essentially north-south is true to the sheet orientation. So where we're looking at the hatched area is basically the enclosed house. The solid areas are open porches. And on the north porch, we're looking to do an outdoor shower within that porch. It's between two doors. One comes off the kind of main hallway of the house, and the other comes off of the master bedroom. And so it just seemed like a good non-discrete or indiscrete place to put it. So if you're looking at that photograph right there, where the arrow is pointing, essentially it'll be a cedar enclosure within that porch.
Okay, thank you. And when you say cedar, are we to take away from that it's natural to weather?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you remember, this structure was originally moved from 9 Hawk Circle in Sconset to this location on Canterbury. Even though it is a non-contributing structure, we're very happy to see this being saved. My comment is the fact that the porch is actually, the shower is being proposed on the porch, which I believe is something that's atypical, not seen normally. Outdoor showers are on the ground at grade and not on a porch. So that would be my question, my comment. It actually was really hard to figure out where it was going at first because it wasn't indicated on the site plan. But when you look at the elevations, you can tell it seems, and I didn't know if the reason why it's there versus being on grade is if there was a ground cover issue of some sort or something. But those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Val, are you seeing what?
It keeps crashing.
Yeah, mine does too. It's,
Look at it on the screen.
no, because the one on the screen is horrible. So
Yeah, I
basically,
apologize. The PDF from the original drawings is a bear.
can you, yeah, so that's the,
It's
that's it.
a straight shot down the driveway.
And
So, yeah, it's very visible.
this is Canterbury, this is the Canterbury elevation or the,
Yeah.
This is from the backyard that you're looking at on screen now.
Yeah.
But it's almost a mirror image of the front.
So can you, Adam, can you speak to the distance from the street?
Yes, I apologize. I don't have the drawing open and my AutoCAD
Approximate.
crashed, but I would say it's at least 60 to 80 feet away from the street.
Okay, thank you.
The actual house, and then the side porch is recessed a bit back from that too. So
This is crazy.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, who is our alternate? Connie? Okay, so Adam, your board is the regular board, and Connie, who would like to go?
Look, I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
It's
Diane.
just the shower should not be on the porch on the front of the house. It is not.
Okay. Val,
Well, I can't really see it. So
so what about here?
You got this.
I keep trying to reduce the PDF.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay with it.
Where?
Abby, here. So this is, it's here,
Okay,
and then this is the elevation.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, comments, Abby?
I don't have any concerns.
Okay. Connie, how about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
Okay, we have one no, Diane Coombs. We respect we respect that, Diane. Okay. 16 Canterbury garage door.
Yep, this one's fairly straightforward. Essentially, we had the little angled hip corners on the door. The new owners of the house would like to put a carriage door, so this will be definitely an improvement. And we're gonna square off the door and have a mahogany painted carriage door instead of the overhead door.
Okay, great. Thanks, Adam. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No concerns on the carriage door that's being proposed. More concern on the Newport blue. I didn't know if there was any other characteristic or feature on the property between the structures that had Newport blue to tie it in. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adam, colors on the house?
Basically, everything is white as far as trim, and then the rest is natural, meaning the roof and the sidewalls. I think they were looking to, maybe they're going to make some changes in the future if they start replacing doors and add that accent color. Also, maybe this is a good opportunity to change the front door color to Newport blue and change the little side door on the garage to Newport blue. But at the moment, everything is white.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarifications. Connie will be your alternate and then the regular board. Val,
I don't have any concerns.
does anyone have any material concerns?
I can't find where the garage is.
It's in the back corner of the property. So it's actually not really it's a garage, but it's not really intended to be like, parking a car in every day, and the owners are intended to use it more like a just open space. So it's well hidden. It's pretty far back.
How did the
Wait,
garage
so,
get to it?
yeah, how is that a garage?
Okay, guys, we are not in the business of naming things, but you have issues with the architectural elements?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, first of all.
This was also moved from Hawk Circle, so that's where it was an existing structure, and they're more or less going to be using it as a cabana for the pool. And it just so happens to have a garage door on it.
Well, I'm not in favor of the garage doors going to a blue color. I think that's crazy.
Okay, so we have one crazy, and then Val, did you go already?
Yeah, I don't have any concerns.
I just wanted to hear that again. Diane?
I don't think it should be blue either. I think it leave it natural to weather.
Yeah.
I think it's white currently. Okay, Connie?
I don't.
Yeah, Adam, can you speak to the distance from the street on this one?
This is at the back of the property, and I believe the lot is 100 feet deep. So I would say this is 80 feet back.
Far enough back that in the fog, it's gonna look like gray, huh?
Yep.
Okay, how about a motion, someone?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Two opposed?
Yeah, this is Val.
So Diane and Abby are no's. Okay, we're gonna move on to 8 Rupert's Way.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Carrie is up, so Connie, you're gonna sit again.
Oh, you guys don't sign it if you say no, just you pass that down to.
This is the garage
Yeah.
cabana.
Think so.
Carrie, you know the drill. Let's keep the introduction to less than a couple minutes, okay?
This is a modular duplex at the end of Rupert's Way. There's a pull up in the front facing old town road. If you pull up the pictures, you'll see exactly where it is. It's employee housing,
This is what.
typical modulars, 28'6" tall. They're the two on Old South that exist. And the next photo shows a little deeper in. You scroll in, there you go. Those two exist, and this one will go the far side, end of the way. Yeah, it'll be there. And it's basically very similar. How about
couple of that, a little bit of that and that, but we've got 2 stories full. I know. This was all green lines, yeah, white, black roof.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm very familiar with this neighborhood. I did those 2 buildings. And there's a big building that's mixed use going in front of it in the empty space. So this is behind all of that. It's typical. It's keeping in the neighborhood. I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane,
No problem.
Addie,
I'm on to Bishop's Rise.
oh, how about Connie?
No concern.
Connie, do you have a motion?
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, folks, let's keep it up. 14 Bishop's Rise.
Is
Matt?
Matt here?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant requested to hold till this.
Oh,
Okay,
skip over that.
he's looking for a friendlier chair.
Yeah, but they were easy operations.
Who knows why? Okay, so we're gonna jump to 12 West York Street. It's Ben. And it's Carrie.
Oh, Chip Bart's old house.
That was Chip Hart's house?
Yeah.
That burnt down.
Eileen Barth was the architect.
So Val broke the ice there. So this is Chip Hart's old property. I didn't know Chip Hart's. His house burnt down over the winter. Was it this winter that it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is not an empty lot. There's actually a garage, that's a little chart in the back that you'll see an application for soon. But West York Street, quite a bit of topography on the site, so the house is working with that topography. Chip used PT 6x6 retaining walls, which we're also requesting. And different to Chip had a very large driveway that went down on just looking at the house on the left, and it went down and back, so the property was primarily driveway. This is changing that, and there's much smaller amount of driveway, and the house is actually now put to the far left. We're showing a little bit of retaining in the front corner so that the house can sit a little lower. The street actually loses about 1.5 feet of elevation from the top of the property or corner of the property to the other. So the house is going to sit a little lower at the upper end and then be flush at the bottom. Holly will speak to the history of the street, but very transitional, closer to the Mill Hill area is historically Victorian. But by the time you get kind of to this hill and downward, it becomes pretty utilitarian is the best term. There's quite a bit of couple modulars down there. It's not as historic as an area, so we're kind of transitioning through that with this location. And Jeff, do you want to speak to anything about that? Okay, well, anyway, Jeff Spiro here as the owner.
welcome, Jeff.
Very excited.
Sorry about your house.
No, I didn't own it. I bought it from the people who
Oh.
it burned down.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I guess I'm the beneficiary of the fire. There was a beneficiary.
More particularly if you get the insurance money too. Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this location is in the OHD. The original house was a 1986 infill that burned last year. Historically, West York Street were typically 1 3/4 story, 3 bay with a center ridge chimney. Very Quaker, simple structures. There are some infill, I think, in the last couple of years that you all have approved. But they're more in that kind of category. Actually in the structure that burned, the infill structure, the contemporary one, was a 3 bay itself with a center ridge chimney and a side L. So very reminiscent of building with Nantucket in mind, with Nantucket's Quaker architecture. This is a simple architectural neighborhood with very simple Quaker features. There are even some bungalows that are scattered throughout the neighborhood. The proposed is handsome, I will say that, Ben. But I don't believe it really fits with the porch that's being proposed and the height. I've had a question on if the existing wood retaining wall that's there, if that's going to be reused. Commission may want to see some topo and cross section because of the grade change, especially with a basement that's being proposed. I think that again, nothing wrong with this architecture, but for this context, this neighborhood, that it should be more of a 3 to 4 bay, 1.5 to 1 3/4 story with additive massing, like building with Nantucket in mind. I didn't really see much additive massing on this. 6/6 or 6/1 windows. The 2/2 windows are very contemporary or more of a Victorian element. I don't believe there's any other ones in the neighborhood. Prove me wrong. I could be wrong. TDLs also would be more appropriate in the OHG. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any butters? Any interested members of the public? Mickey?
Yeah, we basically had no concerns with this, and we felt that it was kind of an area that had a kind of a mix of different styles in it. So I hear what Holly is saying about this, the 3-bay, the traditional style. But it seems to be kind of a blend here, so we really had no concerns. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate it. Who would like to go first?
I will.
Go ahead.
I do think this house is appropriate in this area. I know for a fact 2 down, there's a full 2-story building that just went up.
I didn't want to tell Holly, but it's,
To it.
yeah, it sounds pretty.
And it drops off with a porch and it is exposed in the back, which you can't see from Atlantic Ave just because of the way the grade is. It's like you're in a bowl. I have no concerns.
Okay,
I'll go,
Carrie.
because I reviewed this and I almost put it on consent, but because it's a whole house, I was like, I better not do that, so I didn't. I have no concerns either.
Okay. Diane?
I don't think 30 feet is appropriate on West York Lane.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's because of the 4 feet of grade change in the back.
Right.
It's actually 26 at the street, but at where it's 26, it's actually 1.5 feet lower because of the grade. So it's only 25 or 24.5 at street level.
Yeah, it needs to come down. I think the windows, the 202s are inappropriate. This is a unusual street. There's not a real typical house on it, and it's very cute. And the house on the very beginning, as you turn into West York Lane on the right-hand side, is a very simple house, an old house, historic house, I would say, and has a beautiful view of the harbor. These houses are more visible than you think to begin with. I think it's a very whole sort of house with not much stuff to catch your eye on this particular street. I don't know that it fits in with the landscaping. It's a very good house and technically perfect, but I just wonder about fitting in on West York Lane. That's it.
Thank you. David, did I call you?
No, but because I'm kind of jumping back and forth and I don't know which way I'm going to land. I feel that in a way, I agree with Holly that this could have been a 1.5 stories, kind of a smaller house. And I agree with Diane that this looks a little generic. I do see the other 2-story building. I don't want you to have to go back to the drawing board. I think that would be ridiculous. I wonder if there's a way to sort of make this a little lower or make it a little bit more like the other houses in the neighborhood. So,
Okay. Any other comments?
lot of questions.
Okay, Val, hold on a second. The west elevation. I think that utility pole is gonna create some havoc in your presentation, but
Well, we put it there because we can't yet move it, so we're kind of.
I know, I'm
Yeah.
teasing you.
Right.
No, I get I get what you're working against and I understand the various concerns, but, I'm with the majority that I think that this is approvable.
Just so you
May
guys
I
know, the main,
just add something?
Okay, wait 1 second. Val and then Carrie.
If you have dire concerns, I would say drive through that neighborhood. You're not remembering it the way that
Yeah,
you're
it is.
thinking of it, because I did 16 West York. That's a 2-story at 28 feet. His mother's house next door to him, between him and you, is 28 feet or 30.
Val, Abby wants to share with
They're
you.
boxes. You're looking toward the hospital. This is across the street looking this way.
I know, I'm just saying that that's
That's the scale next door to them.
but just so you know, the gable
Right.
forward is 18 feet wide. That's it. This is
Yeah.
not a big, massive 2-story house. with some-
Okay, I don't think we're gonna force consensus. So
No,
how about a
okay.
motion?
What's that?
I said, I don't think we're going to force consensus. So how about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so we got 2 no's, 3 in a row. Val, or I'm sorry, Abby and Diane, for the record. Okay, repurpose garage. Ben, I really hope you're not gonna be, this is not gonna be another divisive application.
So I think you
I
guys
hope
just
not.
passed that down, right?
So there's an existing garage in the back of the property, again, that was accessed by a very unusual driveway around the property. We are going to maintain it, but put a half-story and dormers on top of it and turn it into a little carriage house. You can see it's fine, the shingles are charred, but that's fine. So again, we're kind of repurposing the footprint and the first floor structure and the foundation. But turn it into a little cute little in-law cottage.
Okay, thank you, Holly. You can't say rocket more than once. No offense.
Appreciate, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate repurposing this existing structure. That's awesome. And appreciate the as-built. I didn't know the difference between the existing height and the proposed height. I think that would be helpful there, because there seems to be a lot of room between the headers of the garage door and the second floor windows. Appreciate the dormer scale. Perfect. The fenestration obviously needs to match the main house, which it's going to, or even the fact that there's existing fenestration in it that's a little quirky anyways, but yeah, it does have a little bit of a rocket ship, and that's where my concern was, is the height overall and the space between. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Do we have any abutters? Do we have Mickey?
Yeah, just a brief one. This will be sort of marginally visible, maybe from Atlantic Ave. So the only concern we were a little concerned with was the east elevation. The dormers are pretty, it seemed like the east elevation, the dormer could have been a little shorter. I know it's needed for headroom for the stair, but it could probably be shortened a little bit and pulled to the right just to make it a little smaller. And that was really it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to start?
Well,
Go ahead, Val.
if you look at the photos, primarily not the first one that shows the char, but the second one showing the garage door. The house in back gives you an idea of the scale of the house next door. And what it also shows you is how many steps down from the street level where this is sitting is. It's significant, like 4 feet or 5 feet. The street is up, this is down. So while it does seem like it is a little bit odd in scale width and height wise, it's also behind the house. So I have really no concern. I'm appreciative of it getting reused.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane?
Yeah, is the new one going to maintain the same width as the present one?
Yep, we're gonna maintain the foundation and the framing, so it's the. exact-
Okay, because I think your drawing falls a little narrower than the photograph shows of it, so I'm not so concerned with that. However, that picture that just came up, it shows that you can see this garage from down on Atlantic Avenue.
Really?
The one back there where the steps are, where all those steps are.
No, that's West York.
No, I know it's West
Oh.
York. I was talking about the house in back, but that can't be. Anyway. I think that as a garage and everything, it will be good, and it's tucked in the back. So perhaps it would be good when you present it to staff that it has some land showing what the difference is between the house where that is and how much it drops off to put the garage in, so that shows up. And the only other thing I could suggest is that the dormers come in a little bit there. There's a lot of cheek room and just 2 windows. So that's all.
Abby? Thanks, Dan.
So the height is 28.5. If you could give me that 8 inches and make it just 20, I'd be really happy. In terms of the dormers, I would fill it up with windows and make it just 3 dormers, unless there's a bathroom up there. I doubt there's a bathroom up there, but yeah. I would just, if you could shave off just a little bit. I'd
On the height?
love it. On the height,
Okay, so
it's 20, it's 20.
20 feet,
8
inches.
20'8".
You take off that 8 inches.
Okay, that's
Beautiful.
on Abby. Carrie?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I just wonder, you're leaving the garage doors, but it's a cottage, so
Yeah. so
what's behind the garage
is
door?
that It's two dwellings, right? And the backyard is a patio for the main house. But if those were windows, it would look right to a patio. So if it's 2 people, it's really awkward from a, landscape.
Ben, the short answer is faux garage doors.
Full garage doors, both transom above to let light.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
My only concern is the west elevation. You are going to see that from the street. It is a little tallish. You're not going to get the rocket ship effect because you're not looking at the south. No offense, it's not a wide building. So it looks tall. And my solution for that is a 1x1 6-inch on center lattice on the west elevation and plant some climbing hydrangea or something. Something more resistant than roses. And not as invasive as Baltic ivy, but we're not doing the landscaping.
Just
So
to mitigate that.
yeah, just to kind of soften up that west elevation that'll be visible from the street. It'll start to bring it down to more of a human scale. I understand the dormer windows are part of an internal programming. That dormer is so insignificant that I don't disagree that normally it would be a concern, but it's on a secondary building towards the rear of the lot. And it's a very small dormer, so I don't have concerns with them. So do we have a motion?
I would make a motion to approve with the west elevation having some lattice and some kind of vegetation.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
I'll oppose it.
Okay,
It's-
so 3 in a row. Nice job, Abby.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to 5 Coffin Road. Oh, I was just hoping to get past that. I did see the spa in there, sorry.
Yeah, we don't have a spot.
Mr. Chairman, that was a mistake on my part.
Oh, okay,
There is no spot.
well, you just took the contention away from that one. Ah, we were doing so well. Okay, tell us where the spa isn't.
So this is an application for driveway, because it's a new driveway, and the patio in the back and the GT retainage that kind of steps down to the backyard. Yeah.
Okay, Ben, I'm going to cut you off. Can you just speak to what's different than exists?
Yeah, well, so the plan, the current driveway is at the north of the property, but now we're putting it on the south.
And it's
So
thinner, not wider.
It's thinner. And it doesn't take
Okay, and the apron material?
the apron material is building block.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the retaining is more extensive or less extensive or the same as
It's
before?
the same as before, but half the government.
Okay,
So it's
good enough. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious on what the other aprons in the neighborhood were made out of, because Belgian block is more of a contemporary nature, and this is in the OHD. I did note that there is quite a bit of bluestone patio proposed. Just wanted to notate that. And my only main thing on the driveway, because it's being relocated from one side to the other, that once this COA is approved, you'll need that to go get your driveway permit from the curb cut permit from DPW. This is, I want to mention too, that I didn't see it on here, but your apron has to follow chapter 139-20.1 for the width and the depth. 10 feet deep. Yep, you got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Comments? Oh, I'm sorry, abutters? Mickey?
Yeah, the apron was a question that we shared in our group, whether it should be brick or Belgian block, but none of us were terribly familiar with the neighborhood, so we deferred to the board on that one. The only other thing was the condensers are shown on the side of the building. We'd prefer to have them screened with some sort of fencing. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So the aprons in that area are a pretty eclectic mix, including pieces of concrete that used to be curb that are cut down.
Asphalt.
Just you
And
name
some
it, it's
don't
there.
have any.
Yeah, and some don't have any.
I mean, if it's appropriate for cobble, we're happy to do cobble. I don't think we want to do it.
My only concern would be, is that still gonna have the kind of severe slope to it?
No, the driveway's level.
So you're leveling, okay, so retainers will be on the far side, okay,
It's already there. It's being retained on the south end of the property.
gotcha, okay. Comments?
No.
I'd prefer brick and pea stone instead of shell
Okay,
or stone and pea stone, but not white shell. I think it's inappropriate, even though it's there.
Carrie,
Yeah, I agree.
Val,
Most of them are shell, so I'm okay with the shell. And I'm indifferent really about the apron. There is a mixed bag there.
okay,
There's a lot of concrete and asphalt, so anything's better than that,
anything's better than that?
right?
Diane, where are you on the scale of anything's better than that or something
Yeah,
else?
anything's better than that.
Okay,
And
Um,
I like
fine
the
with shell.
the pea stone.
okay. I'm actually fine with shell just because it is throughout the neighborhood and in terms of the apron material, it could be anything. That's consistent with the neighborhood. So you could have, I'm not suggesting a tarred apron, but I mean, it's there. So what would you prefer so we can get a motion together?
I mean, Belgian block, I guess.
Oh,
That's-
what you
that's-
applied for?
well, we applied
Yeah,
for
look at
it.
that. All right. So is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so the motion is to approve as submitted?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll be
You little pill. Okay, no, we respect that. That carries 4. And 1 against being Abby. Sorry, I was looking ahead here. So that's it for you guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Good evening.
Good luck.
Okay. Now we're on to 5 Coffin. Hey, Greg, good evening.
What about Boynton? Boynton.
That
Sit off and let one of the
Yeah, what about
alternates sit on
Seven
it.
Boynton?
7 Boynton's next. Did we want to move it up for some reason?
No, I thought you said Coffin.
Yeah. my copy.
Yeah, 5 Coffin's number 16. I don't know what you're looking at, ladies. I'm looking at,
Oh, I'm
the-
looking at the documents.
I'm looking at the agenda.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Did you hear me? I'll let one of the alternates have it.
You want to, so we're going to have two alternates. So Val, are you sitting off this?
I was going to give them. a
Do you
chance.
want to sit off of this?
Sure.
Okay, excellent. So both alternates are activated. And your regular members are Diane, Abby, and myself. Greg,
Yes.
when you get your site plan, why don't you tell us what's going on?
Okay, so this is a new application, but it's actually revisions to a 2001 approved set of plans. The present owners bought it just with the foundation in, nothing else. So they're basically dealing with the foundation. So the form of the redesign and the massing remains relatively the same. They have switched, so it's an upside down house now. Also, I included the original approved plans with the application, if you need to look at those. They got rid of the dormers, so it's a full 2-story house instead of a 1.5 story. And they've added wraparound porches, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for Greg? Okay, who would like to comment?
So we don't have. We don't have a record of what was approved originally. That's me.
I included a set with the application, so
Okay.
they should be there somewhere.
Carrie, that was Carrie for the minutes.
I always have to introduce.
Yes,
myself?
yeah, because otherwise they don't know who's talking. And when we have someone in Bangladesh doing the minutes, it's going to be imperative that we are in good form by announcing, the chair announcing our names. Because otherwise we're going to be spending thousands and thousands of rupees where we wouldn't necessarily have to do so otherwise. There's a method to my madness. I don't see the previously approved in here, but yeah. No, I thought Greg said that you would attach it.
I did. I put in 4 sets of the old plans.
I just want to look and see if I'm missing it somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I think 20 years ago is a long time, and probably what's more relevant is what's in the neighborhood. So while I agree, it would be nice to have seen them. I think we can move on other information. Are there any images of anything in the area? Let's see. Greg, I don't see a lot plan. Did I miss that?
There's a full page site plan.
There it is. Gotcha. Can we go to the site plan, please? Thank you. I just want to give us some context so we can start the discussion, Greg.
Can we ask him a question?
Yep, go ahead, and then he can walk us through it.
So, are the A and B windows on the west elevation, that look like windows with transoms or something?
Yes.
Are those existing?
They are existing. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we don't have to talk about those. And the wire porch,
The cabling, that was not there.
that's new.
That is new. And I would note that the abutter has cabled railing. I don't know if it's approved or not, but it is there.
Okay.
Wait, when you say these transom
Can
windows, Carrie,
Oh, hi, Carrie. Go ahead.
I just have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
When you say these transom windows exist, what does that
On the
mean?
existing approved plans.
On the previous.
So there's no house there. There's just a foundation.
Expired, correct? So we're basically looking at a whole new application.
Right, but this is the thing, I want to be really clear. If we're looking at the old application and we're saying, well, we can't include the transoms because they're on the old application, I don't want to get into discussion about, oh, the old one looked like this and it looked like that. So
That's what I'm saying. We should start with a whole new.
no, I understand. I'm just saying that it cuts both ways.
You know what I think would be really helpful to see a complete application of the proposed and the existing
See?
side by side.
There is no existing
There's no existing building.
Oh, there's just a previous.
previous approval.
Okay,
So what I was just saying is, either we're gonna accept the previous approval and
Okay.
we're gonna use it as a basis or we're not. We
Yeah.
can't do both sides.
All right, so, and this is what was approved. before.
Right, and I would
Right.
suggest that we look at it if we want to, but it's not a valid reference. This is a brand new application.
But I'll note, there is a foundation there, so.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not to suggest that,
Okay.
oh, let's make a bunch of major changes. It's just, I don't want that application being used by one member to say, oh, I don't like it, change it, and the other one saying, I like it, keep it.
Gotcha.
Because it puts you in an impossible situation.
Oh,
Yeah, everyone has one. Okay, I think at least I think I'm clear.
This was the original. approval. Does he have all
Carrie,
these
why don't you
weird
start?
windows?
Well, I kind of just wish I knew what the site was like. If it,
Okay,
you know,
let me back up then.
Heavily.
Greg, I'm sorry, this is what happens when let's go back to the site plan, please.
When you what?
Not you. Okay, Greg, could you just explain to us what we're looking at?
Yes, I'll note, this happened before Coffin Road was actually there, so it was this was a guest cottage to a primary residence on Marcus Lane or Way, which is right across Coffin Road.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm getting it. And the road.
So they subdivided, they were planning to do a guest cottage, then the road happened, then they subdivided and sold the thing.
Okay, and the elevation that addresses Coffin Road is which?
That would be east.
Okay, so why don't we start with the east elevation, which is the most important? And Carrie, why don't you begin?
Yeah, I feel like the visible elevation that we're focusing on is fine. I do see there's a set of gang doors. Are they behind a parapet wall, second floor deck? Is that what that is on the right?
Yes, that is exactly right.
I see it now. How tall is it? 27.3, that's a decent height.
It's showing, I believe, 27.4.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Oh, that's from the top of the first floor, so it is actually 29.4.
Well, it's a little hard to, that gives them 2 feet of foundation showing, which I don't see happening.
But that exists, no, you've got the 27.4 is from the top of first floor. It's not that big of a deal, we've had.
Okay.
I don't really see where the south, because the south, those transoms, those windows are the one thing that stands out as unusual, these tall, skinny, 4-light casements with 4-light transoms above. But I can't really tell if that's very visible. They just seem a little skinny to me. On that big wall of shingle, but other than that, I don't have much to say about it.
Okay, so that's on the south, your primary concern.
Mhm.
Okay, fair enough. Diane or Abby?
Go ahead, Diane.
Somebody explained to me what an enclosed balcony is. It looks like it's,
So Diane, it's got a shingled wall.
but does it come out? Is this 6 feet out? I don't see.
Which elevation are you looking at? Or are you looking at the
Looking
plan?
at the southwest,
Oh, Diane, you're actually looking at the previous approval. So
all right, good.
that one you can not have to worry about.
French doors.
It's somebody else.
Yeah.
I have to go back in.
Abby, do you want to go?
I think what I'm gonna say is, so the east elevation is that on the street?
Yes,
Faces the street.
So you've got door 1 and door 2?
That is a side light. It reads as a solid panel entry door with a glass side light.
Yeah, I think that's a little modern. So, and it's not a panel door, it's just a solid door.
Yes.
And I don't know, I think these 2/2s with the 2/2s above them, the A and B windows are. I think they're unconventional. I don't know what, are you trying to make it modern without there's no there are no casings, that they're sort of a modern.
Again, just to note, I'm stepping in after the design was done. So this was a Benson wood post and
So let's turn that into a question.
It's what?
Greg, the drawings do not indicate any exterior casings or sills. Is that the intention or is that the drafting?
I don't, that is not the intention. That's just a drafting work.
Okay, so these will be a traditional presentation
This
of
would
a
be
window, whatever the window happens to be.
exactly.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah.
On the application, it's got one big.
Yeah.
I just think, I would like, if we're going to have trim around these windows, I think I'd like to see it. Because it might change how this is viewed. It might be okay, but right now I think the A and B windows together on the south and north are odd. And I think the front door is odd. And so, I mean, I'd like to see what that really is going to look like rather than imagine it myself.
Okay.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
run that up the flagpole.
Yeah.
Diane?
Yeah, I think those windows with the 2 and then the 2 over them are very strange. I think that the front door, if that's really what he was having in mind, is not appropriate. I think I don't mind most of it. It's just the windows that will. There isn't that much stuff around that hides it, so it's not going to be unseeable because it's Coffin Street and that is pretty open. So the windows and the trim around them, as have been mentioned, are something that I also find difficult. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I'm in agreement with those windows with the transoms, and that door on the east elevation looks a little odd.
Okay, thank you. Greg, can you speak to the layout of the driveway, the proximity of the front of the house to Coffin, and ultimately visibility on that matter?
Okay, the driveway will be on the site plan as proposed. I would say, I don't know exactly, I'm guessing the house sits back from Coffin Road, probably at least 80 feet or more. And I'd say visibility from the sides is almost negligible. The topography is such that they're almost in a bit of a shallow. The abutters on either side are, I'd say, will both have higher ridges than this house. So really, there's not a whole lot of visibility.
Okay, and is the typical scrub oak out there?
It is.
So pretty much the second floor will be visible from Coffin, but the first won't.
Well, it's not that much out there. Can I bring up one other point that
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
forgot? The wire doing the
Cable.
cable that is not something that the one of our architects used it in small amounts in houses that couldn't be seen. This is the second floor. And it is west and it's going to be seen, and I don't think that it is appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Sorry, Greg, I'm just flipping back and forth. And
Sure.
the way the tablet works, I can't actually get up. Can't turn the pages here, like rotate them. Where's that site plan? Okay, there's our site plan. So north. Is there a cardinal point on this? Where's Coffin relative to the house?
To the
Uh,
east.
East?
Mhm.
Yes,
Okay,
due east.
so east, west is, okay, let me go to the locus.
It's facing into people's backyards, but it looks like quite a distance away.
And Wright's Landing is quite a distance
Right.
away. Okay. So my concerns are, well, one of them is just a kind of a technical. Some of the A windows are labeled A, but they show casement, and I don't believe they're intended to. It shows a hinging line set, dash lines. So that should get cleaned up for the drawings. I think any approval needs to indicate that the casings and sills will be typical. And I think my only concern is to the extent they're visible are the transom windows on the second floors.
It's hard to imagine without the trim around the windows if these aren't too vertical for me, because they're not completely drawn. So it's not.
No, I understood your point. For me, it's, they're, if anything, they're gonna look wider because they have a casing wrapped around them, so I'm not as concerned personally.
They're not vertical.
They look more vertical.
Yeah.
In the drawing.
Yeah.
Then they will
in real life.
with the casings on them.
Okay,
So,
that was my.
yeah, so if anything, the casing is gonna mitigate any perception of being too vertical. Greg, can you what can you speak to on those, the south elevation and the west elevation with those transom windows?
Well, obviously those transoms are on the back of the house. I don't know there's any road they'd really be visible from. There's a vast expanse of property. I'm not even sure who owns it, but nothing close. So you'd be hard pressed to see those transoms from anywhere.
No, that's not true.
That's not true. What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you can see it from,
A neighbor.
Well, neighbors aren't our
Yeah,
purview,
that's what I'm saying.
but Diane, go ahead, finish.
but you can see it from the Tom Nevis Field, which is when's it way down there. You can see it from coming in on Old Tom Nevis or on Tom Nevis Road, because the vegetation is not heavy there. You've driven around out there. It's sparse. Some of the places like Dorset Road is not sparse. And Bosworth Road is not, but that's closer to the water and it isn't so dry. But that whole area that you're looking at, which if you look at your iPad or whatever as north-south on that northwest area, that is part of the field there. So it is seen.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I understood your point.
Yeah.
It is Quaker gray and black sash.
Sash.
If anybody's interested.
Okay. Okay, so where are we with this? It doesn't sound like we're looking, it appears that the only point of potential contention are the transom windows
And the front door.
and the front door. Not for me, it's not going to be visible. But that did come up in discussion. So what do we want to do, folks? And Greg, are you amenable to something whereby everything but the transom windows, if we were so inclined to an approval, get approved? And then when you get your ridge up, we can come out and take a look.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so well, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be on an angle though, right?
It's just because.
Yeah, I get you. You're welcome to be concerned about it. I'm just personally not concerned about that front door. I think you're driving by there and it's on an angle. It's not a direct shot and it's 70 or 80 feet from the street. Just my personal, not to persuade you. Do we have some type of a motion to move this along?
You want me to do it? Because I'm gonna respect their front door issues.
That's, you can do whatever
'Cause
you
I
would
do
like
think
to
that
do.
side light is a little too wide and a little too full glass. So I would say motion to approve with a front door with no side light. If you want to come back with a different front door with some sort of side light situation, that's fine. Come back. No prejudice. Is that what you say?
Yeah, no prejudice.
No prejudice against a different door, but no side light for now on this approval. That's it.
And
What about the transoms over them?
I'm not worried about those. I think that it's such a long way from Tom Nevers Field. It's backing up into. It's grown up back there way more than what
Okay.
is imagined.
fair enough.
I just don't know I don't know what it's gonna look like once it gets the trim in between. So
I think it's definitely not gonna look.
Good.
No, I don't think it's gonna, there are some instances where those transoms have been installed in Tom Nevers and they aren't properly done. I don't think this application is
I
gonna be
think
like
Tom
that.
Nevers has tons of
Yeah,
different
Yeah,
window styles.
so I'm not adverse to them. I was just
Like
looking to
chips.
placate and move forward.
With his.
So we do have a motion on the floor. And all in favor, say aye.
I,
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'll be in.
So that'll carry 3-2. You'll, instead of coming back on the transom windows, you'll come back on the front door. Okay,
or just. have
so do your framed opening a little extra and then
it-
let us know.
Excellent.
All
Thank
right,
you,
Greg.
guys.
Thank you. Yeah, that was through
Yeah.
staff.
Not
I think we should just make a policy that anything that is a revision is through staff unless stated otherwise.
I think
So
Want to make-
decreed.
ask other people before you make the rules.
What, do you have an issue with something being through staff? What's your particular issue, Diane?
I have no particular point.
Well,
but
then,
we ought
then
to
don't,
be able to choose.
Diane, I can't work with things if you don't give me an actual example. We
Why
just had a
can't you?
discussion. We just had a discussion. You're making sweeping generalizations about my behavior, which is wholly inappropriate. I'm not going to entertain this. I'm not going to entertain it. Thank you.
Boynton. 7 Boynton.
Okay. Connie, did you sign
I'm
this?
gonna
I
quit
did.
this place.
She did.
She did. Did you?
No. I
Really
just, you're welcome.
Diane, it's inappropriate to be sitting there talking about someone's behavior. Number
I'm
one,
not talking.
you
about
were,
it.
you just,
Talking About it
Diane,
resigning.
I'm-
That's what I was talking about, my behavior.
okay, your behavior is the point of contention at the moment. Rewind the tape and you can see what you said. Okay, we're gonna move on to
Not it.
7 Boynton. Good evening. Welcome to the HDC. Fenestration and color change. Hold on a second. Can we get the?
Mr. Chair, before we start, who's the board?
I don't know. I've lost all composure and I need a Twizzler. It will be, Val is back now. Diane, you were resigning this evening or you're gonna sit still?
Don't.
I'm just asking so I know who to put on the
Trash it,
board. Okay,
Stephen.
so you're gonna sit on this? You're gonna sit on this?
Yeah, 12 years. I will. not
Excellent, thank you.
If you run, chase me.
Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and who's on the rotation?
It's approved.
Carrie? Connie, okay. And I won't be bullied by you. Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
And there is also a builder of the project and take and order and install white windows and doors on the addition versus the existing green ones. The idea was that they eventually will replace the existing windows, they're in a very bad shape. And I apologize for the drawing I didn't draw. I'm just trying to represent the project here. So essentially, the application in front of you is a color change in the existing green for white. And this concerns the addition at the moment, but with the that in the future, it will change the existing windows much.
Okay, can we go to the images, please, of the elevations? Are there, do they show the? It's just the elevations themselves are very confusing.
I apologize.
You're supposed to have it narrowly, so.
No, I don't.
The new addition right now.
Yeah.
There's not much left from the existing windows, so you
He
can
wasn't
scroll down,
away.
you will see the thing they're only appearing on both the adjacencies of the building.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up for just a second. So it's within the proposed addition, the new windows are white versus green?
Right.
Okay, so you guys, the visibility on this is pretty much zero. And then the question is, is the applicant suggesting that at a future date, they will be changing the existing windows
Yeah,
that are
they're
green
very
to
bad
white?
shape. They're
Okay.
very bad shape. It's the project can-
Okay. So this is on Boynton Lane. If you don't know where Boynton Lane is, it's across from the Muse. Yeah. And pretty much, and the structure is this addition is at the rear of the existing structure. It's up a driveway that's on a hill. And the structure is on an angle to Boynton Lane, with this addition angling away from Boynton Lane.
I've also included the street view, so the first photo from these photos, you can kind of see it.
Right. Okay, are there questions?
I have a question. Where are there green sashes?
From the existing portion of the building.
Okay, because when,
Can we go to the site plan, please? The first page. So look, this is that. Come down a little bit, please.
see, it says view from the north, it shows green windows.
The green windows are here. The white windows are here, here, and on the back.
And those exist now, and they're not gonna be changed, the white ones.
Yeah.
Right, those are the wrong ordered ones that arrive. Here's the driveway.
Okay.
It goes up a hill. You see this window obliquely and this, whatever is here obliquely. You don't even see the green. There's bamboo and other plant material here. There's hornbeam here.
Well, what if they remove all that?
Well, if they remove all that, I guess it would be a problem, but we're either looking at why would you remove all the plant material that someone spent thousands and thousands of dollars to plant?
Beams aren't even cheap. But anyway, I kind of like the green because it's an odd looking building. And I think the green sort of calms it all down. The white is going to be very bright and jumpy. So,
Okay, before we go on, I'm gonna request this go on a view and we're gonna move on. No, we're gonna move to a view. Because that's what needs to happen. Okay,
Thank you very much.
26 Easy Street. Esme, when you set that on view, please email the commissioners. Matt, when you get your site plan up, please begin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for two things, a color change and the addition of a pent roof. So this is 26 Easy Street, which I think the board reviewed at length. The board did approve it. A condition of the 3 staff approval, or one of them, was actually omitting the pent roof above the first floor garage or utility doors, if you will. As we're getting closer towards construction, we started to look at the building, and two things is we wanted to change the trim color to gray. Previously, we had a Hamilton blue trim and Hamilton blue sash. We are proposing to just go with a more muted tone for the trim, but we did keep the Hamilton blue sash. If the board feels that gray sash is more appropriate, we're certainly open to that. So this was me coming back in. So there's the approval there without the pent roof. My concern with that, we're obviously very appreciative of the approval. My concern with this is that the building could look vertical, and it just looks like it's really missing something. And I just, before you today, to ask if you would consider or reconsider just that pent roof. And the primary purpose is just to add a horizontal element at the 1-story level, just to add a sense of scale to the building. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you humbly.
Thank you, Matt. Humbly. Does anyone have any questions for humble Matt?
I think this helps hugely.
Okay, questions though? No. Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to kind of reiterate what Matt had said in January, many of the commissioners didn't think the pet roof was appropriate, and eliminating it was a condition of the approval through staff. My question was if there was any changes from what was originally proposed to this pent roof through you, Mr. Chair.
No.
Through you? No.
Okay. And I have no concerns on the color. I'm indifferent about the pent roof. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any abutters? Mickey?
Yeah, we think that the pent roof is a positive. It kind of breaks up the verticality as Matt suggested, and I think it's appropriate. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Val?
Miss Negative Nelly, who's never said anything good about this project. I actually appreciate this. I think it's appropriate, and I would vote to approve it.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I also.
Happy?
Abby, and then who's our active alternate?
Me.
Gary?
I'm
Are there-
not for the pent roof.
You're not for the pent roof.
No, I'm consistent carry
Consistent carry.
for the minutes.
Are there brackets or something? What's holding up the pent roof?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there are brackets.
Oh,
Stay down one side.
okay.
Okay. Matt, what's the pitch on that? It looks like it's a 312 or something.
If it's labeled as a 312, it should be a 4.
I don't see it labeled. That's why I'm wondering.
It should be a 4. I apologize for it not being labeled. If you felt like.
No, I guess it is.
Steve,
It looks like a 4, I guess. It's just so shallow from the side.
I could easily increase it to like a 5 to bridge the gap between the sills. Of the,
Yeah, my only concern is that it's too insignificant of a structure. It looks like it's been just stuck on there. You've got this large, can we zoom in on the south elevation previously submitted? Please. I think, yeah.
So I could, I see what you're
So
saying.
wait, this is interesting. So online, oh, okay. Well, let's look at this one because it's the most relevant. Can you zoom out a little bit?
Sorry.
And we'll skip the previously approved because I'm looking at one that's previously submitted. That's the small line drawing. And then the exterior elevation is what was previously approved, which doesn't show the pen. So zoom out a little bit, please. Like 3 clicks. There you go.
I see what you're saying. Like I looked at it this evening and I was wondering if a steeper pitch would bridge the gap between the intersection of the roof of the pent roof
Yeah,
and the
just
sill. If
I
it's like a shingle
think-
course.
my suggestion would be, in terms of appropriateness, the weight of the upper mass looks like it's bearing on this small element, even though structurally, obviously, it's not a column or anything like that. So I would suggest just if it was a little bit taller, it'd be a little bit beefier. That's my only concern. Thank you. What do we want to do, folks?
Motion to approve changing the roof pitch to a 5
Okay, and we,
through staff.
thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah.
I thought somebody said something about, did you want to change the color? I'm sorry,
No,
I'm just gonna zip it.
To gray.
okay.
he was
Yeah.
throwing that up there as a
Oh,
sacrifice.
because I.
Yeah.
I think that him.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Matt. We are on to 98 Tom Nevers Road, remove porch. Is Nag here? In the,
I don't think so.
no, okay, so we're gonna just move on to 1 Magnolia Ave, Summer House, handicap ramps. Come on up.
Didn't we see ramps on this building already?
All
Are
right.
they changing?
I'm not quite sure. Well, why don't we wait until the applicant presents their application? All right, so once you get, there you go. So those aren't in conformance to code is probably what the issue is. Why don't you go ahead and present? Welcome to the HCC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and this is Daniel Benedictus, this is the owner of the summer house. My name is John Shea. I'm a friend of hers, former partner of hers. Since we know this property well, we're here just to apply for a variance for this opening 2023 season. We've been in touch with Nikki, who's online here, and with Brenda McDonough, who represents the handicap community. We're here to improve handicap access to the summer house. And following the recommendations that Brenda has made to the summer house, and Danielle, we are prepared to follow through and be completely compliant. It requires 3 things. First, the grading, the removal of that brick step that you see at the top of that green square. That step has already been removed, and that walkway, which is hard packed seashell, it's been there for 50 years or more, has been already graded to we believe compliance for wheelchair access. And then if you go to the next photograph, you'll see well, that's the overview. You'll see number 2, there's an existing handicap ramp that we've had there for 30 years or so. That ramp has been moved north, that is to up. That ramp has been moved already to improve it. It's going to be extended. We're going to check and make sure that it is compliant with the, I'm sorry, let me get it's called the 521 CMR codes for handicap access. There will be handrails built on both sides of the ramp to protect anybody who's coming up or down the ramp. And then the wheelchair will take a right, go down the porch that you see right there. 2 tables will be removed that have been there for many years, providing access along the existing rail, by the way, which has been there for over 120 years, maybe 150 years. That porch has been there and that rail. Anyway, the handicap access will exist along that rail. And then could we go up one more, that the last drawing is there, please? Thank you. And then the wheelchair will take left and go up a ramp that will be built at the right proper angle, again with handrails that will provide access for a handicap up across the porch and then up the ramp into the front door. And that will be a 7-foot by 4.5-foot wide ramp. Again, exact width of the door and wide enough to provide this access. So anyway, we have a licensed contractor, waiting to build this. We're gonna, the rails that will come down will be painted white, the way the rails are, but instead of having that flat 2x4 surface, they'll be rounded rails, the way all of the things that Nikki Rowland and Brenda McDonough have been sending us for handicap access. And we'll be ready for inspection, you know, if anybody wants to come see it. You know, in the week or so, and that's it. That's to allow Danielle to open summer house 44th year that she's owned the summer house, and it opens on the 16th of June. So we'll have it all set by then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We have questions. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, you all know this is the summer house. It was Wisconsin Inn, the Moby Dick back in the day. It's a contributing historic resource within the old historic district of Wisconsin, a circa 1910 structure. Back in November 2020, you all did approve a historic determination letter that's in file. The commission also reviewed and approved a handicap ramp last year that was submitted to you all by Ethan Griffin. So there are some changes to what was submitted then and what you're seeing tonight. I would recommend one, it would be nice to have plans with this revised proposal. Keep the same material and paint color as historically appropriate. And the detail of the handrail obviously is needed. It's not indicated, but he just mentioned that obviously there'll be a handrail, and obviously crossbucks would be appropriate. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Do we have, Rob's not here? Okay,
Steve,
so go ahead, Mickey.
sorry, this is not, we don't deal with Wisconsin, but I'm putting on a different hat at the moment. I'm on the Commission on Disabilities, you probably know, and I just wanted to make a comment, not to complicate this issue, but the picture you're looking at on the screen now shows the ramp coming directly off of the door. That really won't quite comply with 521 CMR. You'd need to have a 5-foot turning platform there, you know, 5-foot level platform outside the door. So I'm just mentioning that what you're looking at probably won't fly with the building code. So you'll need to see somewhat of a revision to this application before it goes fully through. The other issue is the walkway leading to the again, this is Commission on Disability or the really ADA issues. The walkway needs to be of a to fully meet 521 CMR, it should be of a smooth surface, and shells don't really comply with that. So I'm not trying to complicate this, but I just wanted to make sure that things are going properly ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Yep.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I think a view is in store for us here, because I'm not sure that maybe if we all go out there and take a look around, we might have other ideas about how this could take place. It's a historic building, and I'm very interested in someone like Diane getting into the restaurant. So I think we can I think we need a view and go out there and see the situation.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Who did we say was our alternate? Connie, okay. So I'm just going to comment really quickly. So Mickey, you commented where I was going to go with the building code. That ramp would need to be rotated 90 degrees with the landing outside the door. And that would allow that ramp to be compliant. The surface, Mickey, you deal with this all the time, but my understanding was that it doesn't have to be smooth as in a piece of plywood smooth, but it does need to be a hard fixed surface so that it's not loose shell, for instance. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's, the shells just don't, they're not a stable surface. They're too lumpy. They're too, stone dust does comply, but it's not a recommended surface because it requires maintenance of puddles. It's, it's not a great surface.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so just to kind of give you some additional information on that. What does anybody else want to speak on this, or do we just
I
want to do a
wanna
view?
Ask a question.
Yeah,
The shells and stuff, being that you see that John and I am in a wheelchair of sorts, I put up with this a lot. And I was wondering, didn't originally this have a ramp going in through the back of the restaurant, not up the front? Do you remember?
Hello, Diane. No, the summer house has never had an access ramp up through the back because that leads directly into the kitchen.
restaurant.
Yeah, I thought it came in close to the kitchen. Maybe I was wrong. It was a long time ago.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, they did load food up that way, but directly into the kitchen, but never for handicap. That handicap ramp that you're seeing, by the way, isn't there anymore in that rudimentary drawing. I take full responsibility for doing, only because nobody else was around when the application had to go in. But that ramp has already been moved onto the, maybe this is for your information, has been moved onto the center of the central pathway that goes up. In other words, it's already been moved north by about 5 feet. So that ramp, that's picture number 2 that we're looking at, it's coming off a seashell walkway that has been walked on for 50 years. It's pretty firm. But to your point, I mean, if you want to comment, see what it would be like, you'd love to.
Might be, somebody might come up with an option.
Again, what we're asking for is a variance for this season. But with the understanding that to be fully in compliant for next season, the summer house would add a loose stone walkway from the road all the way to the porch.
Okay, so I think we're at the point where there's a couple of different things going on. One, you're gonna have to, the HTC, the extent of the HTC's involvement in this is the architectural element, which is the ramp at the structure or the ramps at the structure. The grade work that you want to do is not hardscaping if you're using shell or if you're using stone dust. However, if you use shell, it's not going to be compliant. So I would advise against that, just as a friendly matter, not under the HTC's control. If we want to hold for review, then we can hold for review. That will mean that you obviously aren't getting an approval this evening. The earliest we would hear it is Tuesday next week. And so that doesn't sound like that works with your opening date. Not that that's necessarily the primary consideration. I'm just pointing out the obvious. So that's kind of where we are with it. Will you make, if we're going to come out and do a view, I think that it would be beneficial that we would have a revised drawing consistent with what's required under ADA compliance and the building code, which are basically one and the same, with that ramp reorientation and a landing, number one. No, he didn't do it. We discussed, Mickey mentioned it.
Ethan came in a while ago.
I don't know if Ethan did
It was
it.
a long ramp going up the side of the building. That was approved and it was ADA appropriate. I'm not sure why.
But that's not what they're proposing. So what I'm simply saying is, of what you proposed, in order to make it something that actually accomplishes what you want it to accomplish, it needs to be altered by rotating its axes so that it's parallel to the length of the porch. And there's a landing in front of the door, the entry door. The dimensions need to be code compliant. You've obviously been speaking to Mickey. You can continue to do that and give you the additional information. You can represent it in a drawing or on the images. It would be beneficial to have a drawing, but we understand what you're working with and the time constraints. When you walk out the door, I want you to understand what you need to do, what the HCC's purview is. Purview is not shells or stone dust. Purview is the ramp, are ramps that are architecturally built, not created by grade. And number two, if you need to be ADA compliant, which you need to be, then you need to alter the design and Mickey can give you the additional information, I presume. Not to volunteer, Mickey, but I'm volunteering you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just address Mickey for a second?
Yeah,
Because
please.
this, I believe communication came through him and Brenda. Mickey, I believe that when Brenda made her suggestion to us that the ramp would come from the front door straight out to the porch, 7 feet with the proper grade of angle, and then allow a 5-foot turning across the front of the porch at the railing that would turn up the ramp to the front door. I believe that was an alternate and approved recommendation on her part. Am
Well,
I-
John, that's close, but not quite. I mean, we met with your contractor there, and I think we were pretty clear that the ramp would go, maybe we need to look at the next drawing or the photograph to show that the ramp needs to go there parallel to this, to the face of the building, to the wall of the building. You come out the door, it's a level platform, and then if you're coming out the door, you take a right and the ramp slopes down the deck parallel to the front wall.
Okay, so from your point of view, Mickey, just so to be clear, so we don't have to come back and bother you again. The ramp would come out the front door and then take a right coming out the front door and run along under this window. Is that what you're saying?
It would be a landing at the front door.
Why
and
wouldn't
then a
it just
ramp.
be the deck height? Just the flat deck and then start the ramp?
Yeah, so it would be a landing outside the door, which very shallow height, and then the ramp.
Okay,
So that's your turning radius at the top.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that where we are is, you guys need to revise what you are presenting to be consistent with what's going to be approvable, because otherwise it's a waste of everyone's time.
Got it.
The longer term solution of a bluestone path, ramp is, something certainly you can present, but it's not something that needs to be presented with this application. So we're looking at the architectural elements.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
we have a meeting Thursday. If they came up with the drawings, we could look at it again then.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So how about a motion?
Motion to hold for some different drawings with the proper compliance information and to come back to our meeting on Thursday, which is at the Plus office.
Yes.
And we start at 1. No, yeah, 1.
Okay,
Okay.
Now, thank you. Appreciate it.
sure. Happy to help. We're a path, not a wall. We're at the point where we are going to bid adieu to one another. Can we get, we've got some minutes. So, on the previously approved minutes, which are January 11th, March 21st, March 28th, April 4th, 11th, and 18th of this year. This is a 2-part motion if we're going to approve these. The first motion is to amend something previously approved. And the second motion would be then to approve the minutes as amended. So the first group, I'll say it one more time, is January 11th, March 21st, 28th, April 4th, 11th, and 18th. Is a 2-part motion. The primary motion is to amend something previously approved. If that passes, the secondary motion is to approve the amended minutes.
I don't understand.
You don't need to. It's
Okay,
It's-
why don't I do the first batch, a motion to approve
if you don't understand Robert's rules, I'm not going to explain it.
January 11, March 21.
No,
20
you can't do it that way. There's a very specific way. These are previously approved minutes. So we need a motion to amend something previously approved. That's the motion.
moved.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so can we get a motion to approve the amended minutes, January 11th, March 21st, 28th, April 4th, 11th, and 18th?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, those are done. The next one is just regular approved minutes. So unless someone doesn't want to approve them, we'll get a motion to approve the minutes of April. April 11th, May 2nd, 11th, and 16th.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, that carries. And then how about a motion to adjourn?
That's moving me.
That is moving
To-
me too. All in favor of Abby's motion?